very illiterate nomadic set of people will be in charge of governance, where you have refineries and they're no longer working, where you produce oil and gas but still import kerosene and fuel for your cars, where they want to impoverish the people. For those who may not be acquainted, or should I say familiar with the book that one of our very good friends wrote in years gone by, Walter Rodney. He was at Dar es Salaam University where he was assassinated by the CIA very many years ago. Walter Rodney wrote a very compelling book called How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. What we are witnessing today is precisely what he was trying to explain to us. If you allow yourselves to be taken over by greed, by self-preservation and the trappings that you find in North America and in Europe and in Far East Asia, you will never ever develop your land. We are fighting for Biafra that we may restore our lost dignity. We are fighting for Biafra that black people all over the world may be set free at last. We are fighting for Biafra not that we may have or commence the building of a large empire, not at all. We are asking for a Biafra where we can live and die with a semblance of dignity. Because right now people are dying, but there isn't any dignity. We must stand very tall and very strong, resist our enemies. That thing that we are thinking now that is impossible to accomplish very soon, you will say it. We must remain resilient. We must remain devoted. We must remain unflappable. We are not going to retreat, not one iota. If at the end of this race there is only one Biafran man and one Biafran woman left, may they continue to expand. They killed us, 5 million of us, after the war. After the war in 1970, we had lost 5 million people. But there we are still the largest ethnic bloc anywhere in the entire Nigeria. Because God is faithful. And at this very critical time, this very Elohim that we worship is not going to abandon us. I'm not saying we're going to fold our hands in prayer and fasting alone. No, we are going to do what we have to do to ensure the survival of our race. An attempt has been made in the past to exterminate us. The British supported the killing and the mass slaughter of Biafrans because of crude oil and gas. That Ojukwu told Harold Wilson, we cannot give to you. This resource belongs to the people, and that was the end of it. And he said, because of that, we're going to kill you. And sadly, Britain is still doing something till this very day. A supposedly civilized and advanced country, aiding and abating the slaughter of an indigenous population because of oil and gas. Therefore, I'm asking all of you to remain very resolute, to remain very strong. Do not allow yourself to become distracted. We have almost won. As Dr. Basanga said here a short while ago, we have awoken the consciousness of not just ethnic nationalities within Nigeria, but the entire African continent as a whole. We have won the debate. Now is the time for us to restore Biafra. And once that is done, believe you me, everybody will come to Biafra and to pay homage. Or should I say pilgrimage in this case. So we are winning. Many are dying, I know that to be true. A few days ago, we lost the mother of our very, very formidable barrister, Okorafo. But that's not going to stop us. Because I know that they will kill us, we will kill them in the end. Biafra will come. And Biafra is very, very close. I want our people to develop the mindset of the Afghanis. Never say die. There were a group of people called the Mau Mau in Kenya. There were a group of people called the Kumeko in our land. These are the two people that forced the British to a standstill. Go and ask anywhere. And the remnants, of course, of Benin Kingdom. We must acknowledge them because they also fought very gallantly as well. We did not fight because we didn't like the Bible that the white man brought to us or the whiskey that accompanied it. We fought because we are free people. The time has come for us to restore the kingdom of heaven upon the face of this earth. The time has come for Biafra to be reestablished. The time has come for Black Africa to be free. The time has come for every black person, regardless of where you are in the world, to stand tall and to say, I am an African. Remain very strong, remain very resolute, and may Chukwuka be with you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Before you go, I would like to show you the newspapers in Kenya, in Nairobi. You are very far. You must be missing some of these papers. The Standard, can we, production team, I'm on the ground now. The Standard newspaper in Kenya, the headline here is not on the Biafra where we still have. The only problem in Kenya, we don't have a crisis of dividing a nation. We have the Standard newspaper said, who failed Uhuru? The blame game. That's the headline. But one key thing that stands out in the newspapers, why we are struggling to put Africa in order, is His Excellency President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta last night opened one of the biggest ports in Africa. You talked of Nigeria having oil, but it doesn't have even petrol at a petrol station. Jesus Christ. But President Uhuru Kenyatta, while yesterday opening the port in Lamu, he said this port will connect the east to the west, east to the north, east to the south. That is the thing that we have here now in Africa, in East Africa. We want to thank President Uhuru Kenyatta again for putting infrastructure for people to get in a car and drive, take 10 days and arrive in Anambra. Is it Anambra? Yes.
That's right. Yes, that's right. That's
yes.
what I want.
I have been sent so many messages from Dubai. People saying in Anambra, they are married there. Kenyans, Nigerians have married a lot of our people from East Africa. And I hope one day for us, my children, also one of them, my daughter, is married to an Igbo person from Onitsha.
Wonderful. We know how to take care of our wives.
We are united. Another newspaper says good things about Africa. The Lamb Port roars to life with the president is good. You can see it.
Yes.
That's it. And another good thing in Africa, I'm looking for Africa stories. For your information, I am a Liverpool supporter for 43 years.
Like myself.
Or I don't know. My God. Thank you very much. It looks like we are all Liverpool here. But the others don't get worried. We are now struggling to liberate Africa. Don't forget your local team in Biafra. And don't forget
Absolutely. Rangers Football Club is my first love. And Liverpool is the third chick. My first team in Uganda is Villa Football Club. Villa, then my team in Kenya is AFC Leopards. Then my team in the world is Barcelona. Wonderful.
I die with the people of Cantona. I like Cantona. And you can now guess why I like Biafra.
Yes, of course.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much.
For having me.
Thank you very much, Honorable His Excellency Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of indigenous people of Biafra. I want to take this opportunity to thank you and to tell you that my television station is will be linked directly to every system of the Biafran people. Everywhere.
Thank you very much.
Let's today make a formidable move. I am not here for money. I never asked for a penny from any Nigerian in order to broadcast. I started broadcasting with passion. I have already told you one of my daughters is married to a man from Onitsha. And this man comes to my house, tells me the story. You know, in London, he tells me the story. I have been a supporter of the people. That Obasanjo there, you see walking free. It was me demonstrating at the Nigerian embassy for Abacha to release him with Chief Abiola. Yes. I wanted them released together with Osuji, who is the president of ICC. We used to come there every Friday for Obasanjo to have freedom. But when Obasanjo came out, he looks for money. Anywhere you find Obasanjo, you know he's looking for money. I'm sorry to tell Nigerians, may God bless me for being truthful and honest. There's no conflict. There's no conflict Obasanjo has ever solved in Africa. Even when even when we went for Zimbabwe Troika in Melbourne House, Obasanjo sided with Australia to expel Zimbabwe from the Commonwealth. That's the man you have. But thank you very much, God. Jesus Christ, hold us. Don't tire. Keep on the struggle. Keep fighting.
I will.
Keep democratically sending the message. You need a referendum. Peaceful ways. Don't give up. May God hold your hand. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me. Thank you very much.
Yes. Viewers, this station, therefore, is for Africa, by Africa, with Africa. Long live Africa. Charles.
Indivisible. Under Chupu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East. Hashtag, we are one family. Indivisible. Under Chupu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East.
The type of Biafra I want is the Biafra of my ancestors, the land of the free, where people are allowed to pursue their daily endeavors without interference from any higher authority, where individual and collective autonomy of every component, ethnic, nationality within Biafra will be guaranteed, not just by law, but by virtue of our existence as dignified human beings. A Biafra that will be demilitarized, a Biafra that will be forward-looking, innovative, creative, run on clean, green energy, not reliant on gas or petrol. A Biafra where the police will not bear any arms. A Biafra where people can live and die and you will not see an armed soldier anywhere around you. A genuine republic, a land belonging to the people. We are going to cement this in the way we structure our society. A Biafra that will attract inward investment. A Biafra that will consider every necessity of life as being a human right. Not just in words, but in deed. A Biafra where there will be no strife nor rancor. A Biafra where all men and women will be equal, regardless of their religion, their sex, their creed, their orientation. A Biafra that will maintain open borders to every black soul on the face of this very earth. I do admit that geographically, in terms of landmass, we may not be that huge. The Biafra will operate, or should I say, run an open door policy. Every black person on the face of this earth will be an honorary citizen of Biafra, as long as you're not tainted by terrorism. That is the type of Biafra we want to run. A Biafra where Europeans will sit back and say, we never knew that such innovation and creativity will be possible. A Biafra that, should I say, the likes of Rwanda is a forerunner to, because today they are doing very well as well. That is the type of nation we are going to build. A truly democratic nation, not through the force of arms, but through dialogue and negotiations at all times. Nobody's going to lord it over anybody else. My ancestors never did. That is why we remain the only people not to conquer any other piece of territory, and nobody conquered us until the white man came and our temple fell in 1904. That is the land we're going to go back to. A Biafra of very many nations, a Biafra of autonomous nations within, governing themselves according to their own rules, where nobody will sit at the helm of power and dictate for others what to do. And we are going to accomplish it by the grace of God Almighty in heaven. Now, I know that constant references are being made to Southern Sudan. But I want to let people understand that even after the USA became free from British colonial rule, they also went through a very bitter civil war. And that did not stop them today from becoming preeminent in every sphere of human endeavor, militarily, economically, socially, in every way. So I do believe that is why I said, and I have said this repeatedly, I will never ever lead Biafra politically. Once Biafra is restored, my job is done. I want to be able to prove to our people what sacrifice means, so that those who will come after us will know how to treat our people with respect and with dignity. The thing about Africa is somebody gets into power and they want to stay there forever and ever, see if there is something in it. The little work that I'm doing for Biafran people is very tiring, very, very stressful. Sometimes I don't even know how these presidents manage to sleep. Maybe they don't love their people that much. If you love your people, you cannot sleep at night. Any president in Africa who's not suffering from high blood pressure, you are not sick. That means you're doing something wrong. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. If you're concerned about your people, then I expect you to be very ill at all times. So that is the type of Biafra that we need. That's the type of Biafra we're going to have. A type of Biafra where the wealth, well-being of Sub-Saharan Africa flows from. And I can assure you we are going to deliver it. We will deliver it. The Pan-Africanism that we talk about is going to start from Biafra, because mind you, I did not say that we're just going to have Biafra and then we shut up all the borders. No. What we want to do is to return to our organic political cultural arrangement. Should Biafrans wake up the next day to say, oh, we want to be the same country with Oduduwa, all well and good. Should Biafrans wake up and say, oh, we want to expand into Amazonia, all well and good. As long as you take the consent of the people with you, this nonsense that the Europeans did in Africa, we want to reverse it. That God Almighty heaven may look down and be very proud to say that at last, I have people who are after my heart. And that's what we intend to do with Biafra. Thank you very much.
Hashtag, we are one family, indivisible. On the Chupu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East. Hashtag, we are one family, indivisible. On the Chupu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East.
The type of Biafra I want is the Biafra of my ancestors, the land of the free, where people are allowed to pursue their daily endeavors without interference from any higher authority, where individual and collective autonomy of every component, ethnic, nationality within Biafra will be guaranteed, not just by law, but by virtue of our existence as dignified human beings. A Biafra that will be demilitarized, a Biafra that will be forward-looking, innovative, creative, run on clean, green energy, not reliant on gas or petrol. A Biafra where the police will not bear any arms. A Biafra where people can live and die and you will not see an armed soldier anywhere around you. A genuine republic, a land belonging to the people. We are going to cement this in the way we structure our society. A Biafra that will attract inward investment. A Biafra that will consider every necessity of life as being a human right. Not just in words, but in deed. A Biafra where there will be no strife nor rancor. A Biafra where all men and women will be equal, regardless of their religion, their sex, their creed, their orientation. A Biafra that will maintain open borders to every black soul on the face of this very earth. I do admit that geographically, in terms of landmass, we may not be that huge. The Biafra will operate, or should I say, run an open door policy. Every black person on the face of this earth will be an honorary citizen of Biafra, as long as you're not tainted by terrorism. That is the type of Biafra we want to run. A Biafra where Europeans will sit back and say, we never knew that such innovation and creativity will be possible. A Biafra that, should I say, the likes of Rwanda is a forerunner to, because today they are doing very well as well. That is the type of nation we are going to build. A truly democratic nation, not through the force of arms, but through dialogue and negotiations at all times. Nobody's going to lord it over anybody else. My ancestors never did. That is why we remain the only people not to conquer any other piece of territory, and nobody conquered us until the white man came and our temple fell in 1904. That is the land we're going to go back to. A Biafra of very many nations. A Biafra of autonomous nations within, governing themselves according to their own rules, where nobody will sit at the helm of power and dictate for others what to do. And we are going to accomplish it by the grace of God Almighty in heaven. Now, I know that constant references are being made to Southern Sudan. But I want to let people understand that even after the USA became free from British colonial rule, they also went through a very bitter civil war. And that did not stop them today from becoming preeminent in every sphere of human endeavor, militarily, economically, socially, in every way. So I do believe that is why I said, and I have said this repeatedly, I will never ever lead Biafra politically. Once Biafra is restored, my job is done. I want to be able to prove to our people what sacrifice means, so that those who will come after us will know how to treat our people with respect and with dignity. The thing about Africa is somebody gets into power and they want to stay there forever and ever, see if there is something in it. The little work that I'm doing for Biafran people is very tiring, very, very stressful. Sometimes I don't even know how these presidents manage to sleep. Maybe they don't love their people that much. If you love your people, you cannot sleep at night. Any president in Africa who's not suffering from high blood pressure, you are not sick. That means you're doing something wrong. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. If you're concerned about your people, then I expect you to be very ill at all times. So that is the type of Biafra that we need. That's the type of Biafra we're going to have. A type of Biafra where the wealth, well-being of Sub-Saharan Africa flows from. And I can assure you we are going to deliver it. We will deliver it. The Pan-Africanism that we talk about is going to start from Biafra, because mind you, I did not say that we're just going to have Biafra and then we shut up all the borders. No. What we want to do is to return to our organic political cultural arrangement. Should Biafrans wake up the next day to say, oh, we want to be the same country with Oduduwa, all well and good. Should Biafrans wake up and say, oh, we want to expand into Amazonia, all well and good. As long as you take the consent of the people with you, this nonsense that the Europeans did in Africa, we want to reverse it. That God Almighty heaven may look down and be very proud to say that at last, I have people who are after my heart, and that's what we intend to do with Biafra. Thank you very much.
Hashtag, we are one family, indivisible. Under Chupu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East. Hashtag, we are one family, indivisible. Under Chupu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East. Biafra worldwide phone call campaign alert continues. BBC, a propaganda machine and racist media set up by the Great Britain to oppress the oppressed people of Biafra. BBC, your media war propaganda of 1967 that led to the genocide of over 3.5 million Biafrans, men, women, and children, did not stop us. Do you know why? Because we are the sons and daughters of the great lion from the tribe of Biafra. Our minds are made up. Your shenanigans, antics, and fake gutter media will not stop us either. We must and shall restore Biafra. Biafra worldwide phone call campaign alert continue. Now pay close attention. Be polite when you call BBC and use the following prompt when you call. Hello, my name is. You tell them your name. I am calling to ask about BBC policy of propaganda against the victims of genocide. Since you are obsessed with telling lies about Biafrans, here are 5 more questions to consider. Now, this is the question to ask BBC. We are witnesses to BBC racist coverage of terrorism, implying that black Africans' lives don't matter. Yet the same BBC rallies the whole world at the slightest terrorist incident in the United Kingdom. Here is the second question. But when it comes to Nigeria, BBC not only hides terrorist killings, but they slander the victims and survivors of terrorism and genocide. The third one. When will the grand patrons of lies and hypocrisy, the BBC Fake News Network, make a documentary about the daily slaughtering of Nigerians by Fulani terrorists and the government of Nigeria, whom you protect so that London may plunder Biafran's resources? The fourth question. Is the oil and gas of Biafra the reason that BBC is obsessed and terrified by the agitation for freedom by the victims of 400 years of British colonial thievery and crimes against humanity? And the fifth one, we call on the good people of the world to ask BBC and UK government why it aids and abates the genocide in Nigeria by spreading lies, propaganda, and disinformation against Biafran freedom fighters. BBC, we know that you are United Kingdom government agents of imperialism with no modicum of shame. Take down your wicked fake documentary against the victims of genocide and stop your sadistic meddling in the lives of black Africans. Now pay close attention. This is the time to call BBC. You can call them 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Biafran time. Date 4th of July to 30th of September 2022. Now grab your pen and paper and pay close attention. You can call BBC switchboard on this number +44 2087 438,000. I repeat, +44 208 743 8000, or you can tweet at BBC News. You can also call BBC Customer Service +44 3700 100 222. I repeat, +44 3700 100 322. Or you can also tweet at BBC Press. I have not finished. You can also call BBC Studios Limited +44 208 433 2000. I repeat, +44 208 433 2000. You can also email BBC News Channels at bbc.co.uk. BBC, we shall vanquish. BBC, do you know why? Because we are Biafrans.
Wonderful people, great Biafrans, wherever you are. On the face of this very planet, we welcome you to another edition, very exciting edition, expository, exciting, revealing, and informative version of our live presentation this very evening, the evening of the 30th of August in the year of our Most High Elohim Chikukikabama Promihanine 2020. The time now is 3 minutes past 7 p.m. in the blessed land of Biafra, and I presume the same number of minutes past the top of the hour, regardless of where you are domiciled around the world. We are very proud to say that we are not only the largest mass movement on the face of this very earth, but also the largest indigenous broadcaster of its kind anywhere on the face of this planet, because people are listening right across the length and breadth of every time zone of this very earth. We are immense, we are huge, we are relentless, we are unstoppable, we are undiminishable, we are unbribable. We are not going to relent. We are not going to stutter. We are not going to reverse. Our movement is onwards and ahead until we get to our final destination, which is the unquestionable and undiluted sovereignty of the Republic of Biafra. That is why we are here. That is why we exist. And that is why we must do what we can to make sure that the whole world understands the need for what we are doing and be able to partake and participate in it. We are coming to you live via my Facebook page, the official one, please. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We are, even more importantly, because I now notice that a lot of people are listening via our app, IPOB Community Radio app is live, and I want everybody to download it on their device because it is low data usage. Very, very low data. It is radio. Therefore, the cost of data is very, very minimal. Very, very insignificant. Everybody must download it and be able to listen to us via that very platform. It is IPOB Community Radio. It is the fastest download on Android and also on iOS. It is everywhere and people are listening, as I said earlier, in nearly 154 countries around the world. People are listening to us and they have joined us this very evening. It could be your morning, it could be your afternoon, it could be your midnight. Therefore, I would say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you. There is no other like us. We are resolute, we are determined, we are relentless. Relentless in our pursuit of that which is right before God in heaven and man on this very earth. If you don't have your pen and paper, believe you me, there is no need for you to listen to this broadcast this very evening. It is going to be very deep and incisive. It is the type of program that we make once in a while, designed for those who are discerning enough to understand the peril that we are in and willing and able to do something in order to extricate us from it. I welcome all of you all over the world who have joined us this very evening. It could be your morning, your afternoon, depending on where you are. My name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, and by none the largest mass movement of its kind on this very planet. I lead it. I am the director of Radio Biafra, the director of Biafra Television, and by the very special grace of the Most High, the only entity we bow before, a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra. Before we go any further, we must pray. A very quick and short prayer. After that, we then delve into our tutorial, I will call it this evening. You must pay very close attention, because somebody rang me earlier today and said to me that you have managed, not me, of course, it's Chukwu Kikabiyama that is doing it. All I do is to pass on the message that heaven has given to me to give to those who are living. And I said to this very person that Chukwu Kikabiyama is the one who is in charge piloting the affairs of men on this very earth. And then he corrected himself and he said that Chukwu Kikabiyama has been able to use you to make what was considered impossible 10 years ago to become possible. And I asked him what that thing is. He said that our people are now beginning to reason as they should. Our people are now beginning to reason like Biafrans once again. Our people have now regained their analytical mind. Our people are now discerning. Our people now question and look for the right answers. It is not just about asking a question. It is looking for the right answers. Our people are now able to do it. That is why there is this hue and cry all over the world. Our people have risen up to demand for an inquiry into the very dastardly and disastrous slaughter of the innocent in Enugu, and we are not letting go. Very, very critical. But let us pray, first of all. And whilst we do so, I do hope that you have your pen and paper very handy, have it ready, and listen attentively. Listen very, very attentively to tonight's broadcast. It will change your life. That I can assure you. Tonight we are going to pray a prayer of repentance and restoration. A prayer of repentance and restoration. Because the same way that your house over time gather cobweb and dust, and there is need for you to cleanse, to clean, to tidy it up, The same way that even the computer that you're using over time collects bugs all over the place, and the result of that is either slowed down or it crashes, so does our habits and our brain especially. And for those of us who may have succumbed to harmful habits, those of us who are no longer faithful or do not understand what it means to remain very faithful and then to testify the goodness of the living God in heaven. Tonight we are going to pray. Because let us be very honest, we have all been there at one time or the other. Sometimes it is guilt, sometimes it is shame, and sometimes it is regret. But we must take heart, because the same Chukwukika that we worship, who is in heaven, the creator of the heavens and the earth, the beginning and the end, the Alpha and the Omega, he offers love, forgiveness, and restoration. If this fits you this very evening, or suits or fits your nation, so to speak, we are now going to pray for repentance and restoration that will help us to find renewed joy, hope, life, and consistency in our pursuit of the freedom of our people that Chukwukika mandated us or created us to pursue on this very earth. Chukwukika Puriminyani Elohim Adonai El Shaddai, the beginning and the end, the Alpha and the Omega, the Lord of all the hosts of heaven, the ancient of days, as they would say, the ancients of the ancients. Everything you created is yours. Every glory and adoration is yours. Everything that we are today, likely to become tomorrow, is all in your hands. They belong to you. Every glory is yours. It doesn't belong to any man. It is only to thee. We are tired of our sinful struggle in life, both as individuals, as a collective, and as a nation. And we are not ashamed to admit that before the congregation, the assembly of men and women all over the world, that you may know that it cometh from our heart, that we are not deceitful. We don't pray this prayer in the quiet, or should I say in the secrets or secrecy of our homes. We are praying it that the whole world may hear us, because right now, our nation, the nation of Biafra, as a collective, we feel very distant from you. Our choices have not led us into the right places. We have listened to the whispers of the enemies instead of your words in your own scriptures. And the result has been disastrous. The result has been Miyeti Allah, a terrorist group forming their own vigilante, something that is unheard of anywhere in this world. We once walked with you, our heart tender, because you led us in the spirit. Yet, little by little, we exchanged your truth for temptations and deceit that led many away from you. Instead of taking thoughts captive and confessing them immediately, we allowed ourselves to grow totally out of control. Repentance was not in our vocabulary. Blame upon blame, cover up upon cover up, or trying to reason and rationalize reason has never worked with you. Nobody can rationalize their cover-ups or their blames. They only give birth to deeper sin entanglements. Yes, you created us in your image, O Almighty God of Israel. You know our thoughts before we even speak them. You x-ray the hearts of men and see through our sham excuses and intentions. Your spirit has warned us repeatedly, but we ignored you. Disappointment and discouragement have taken their toll on your children. So today we are confessing before the whole world our desperate need as individuals, as a collective, and a nation for you. You have promised us that if we will confess our sins, you will forgive us and make us clean again. We truly need your forgiveness. Repentance is on our hearts and lips. We want to turn around and head another direction back to you. We will lose him. But we need your help. Just as you created the world out of nothing, create a clean heart out of nothingness in us. You have forgiven us our sins. You have restored our lives and the fellowship we once had together. You do not condemn because you're God, and you will not disown your own, which is IPOB and Biafra. We are your children forever. But we take all the blame. We own our own sin. We are the ones who broke fellowship with you, and we are crushed over the way that we have come to thee and treated thy word and your holy name. We ask for your forgiveness, your love, your abiding grace, and your mercy, that this same family of IPOB that you ordained in heaven and manifest on this very earth at this time, at this very age, may live to fulfill that which you have promised, that which you foretold, because your words are yea and amen. That this Biafra may come in our time, that mankind may know that indeed there is no greater power than thee, that you are truly the Almighty God, the Lord of hosts of the heavens and this very earth. And this Biafra will come, and your children, Biafrans all over the world, will adore your holy name. We shall sing songs of joy unto your holiness. Every generation of Biafrans that will ever have the honor of walking this very earth shall offer ceaseless praise and adoration unto your holy name, that they may know that indeed we are the children of light, to the glory of your name and your name alone, now and forevermore we pray. He said, we are live and direct, please. I don't need any complaints today. I want people to download IPOB Community Radio and listen to us, because the whole world is listening. If you can take selfie and post them, so can you also download IPOB Community Radio and listen to this very live broadcast this evening. We are on satellite, we are on FM across Biafra land, but also importantly and critically, we are on my Facebook page as well. The suppression is going on. Facebook is not going to stop. Don't expect them to stop banning us. They will keep suppressing, they will keep banning us, but they will get tired. They will understand how resolute and determined we are. And when that dawns on them, they will then know they are backing up the wrong horse, that they have been doing something absolutely horrible. Who knows, even then, as we have prayed this evening, they too may even pray for repentance and be forgiven. We are proceeding very assuredly towards our program this very evening, that the world may bear us witness that we are the bearers of truth. There are some things that we lack as a people which we must correct immediately. We must learn and understand how to be disciplined. Discipline is not just about the way you conduct your personal life. It is about the way you relate to other people, the oath that you're under, and your ability to always do that which is right. To be obedient, to lay down rules and regulations, very, very important. Or else everything we are doing is a joke and it is a mess. The reason why we are where we are today is because of, I keep saying it every blessed time that I come on air, our inability to be rational enough to dissect and digest information in a way that it enables us to make the right critical decisions at the right time. That is the essence of reasoning. Very, very important indeed. And if we are a race of people that have reasoned, please write what I'm saying down. It is very, very important, please. I beg of you. If we had reasoned as a people, together, as a collective, over all these years, the mess we are in now, we cannot be in it. We would have learned our lessons and we would have made some life-saving, critical decisions as a result of that. Today we would have been a better people. But because we always allow envy, greed, and jealousy to cloud our sense of judgment, we always gravitate, we always go back towards reasoning like the people that we have been rejecting and condemning all this while. This evening we are going to start from the bottom up so that you can understand what we have been saying over the years. We are going to analyze Jonathan's accusations regarding Obama's meddling in the 2015 zoo elections. Because, how do I put this? Because we did nothing then. That was the reason why Obama managed to impose a fellow Islamic jihadist in Buhari in power. And because he got away with it, the late Buhari, of course, Abba Kyari also imposed Hopos Odema on Imo State. They have gone to impose almost at every level of leadership in our land. This is something our people don't understand, that the Fulani, the Janjaweed, they play a long-term game and that they have help abroad. Why am I saying this? Please write this down very carefully, because this is the most idiotic mistake our people always make. When the white man came to our land and said, yes, you people, all of you, every Biafran is Igbo. When we use the word Igbo, it means every Biafran, because we all are. If you like, believe it. If you like, you don't. I am not going to romance nor massage your ignorance and stupidity. I tell you the truth. Go and do your research if you have time and resources to do so. Now listen very carefully. When the British came and when they came to Biafra land, they went to Arochukwu, they saw a temple, something exact replica of what you have in Jerusalem. You know what they said to us? You have no history. By saying you have no history, it means you have no relatives. And if you have no relatives, believe you me, you are in very serious trouble. Because there is a saying where we come from. When somebody wants to abuse you or curse you, they will say, which means you will live in want. And those who are supposed to come to help you will not have anything either to come and help you with, or to come to your rescue. Meanwhile, as we are busy trying to distance ourselves away from Israel and the world Hebraic family, meanwhile, nobody is stopping the Fulani from trying to assume that they are Arabs. Nobody. And in so doing, they managed to get the help of every Arab nation you have on earth right now, lobbying and working for them. This is how foolish we are as a people. We don't reason. You need relatives. You need relatives, or else you will perish alone and in ignorance. Why am I saying this? I am now going to play for you Jonathan's interview. Anybody who is a student of Radio Biafra, if you're old enough to be listening to me, listening to us since 2012, if you are intelligent enough to have listened to all of my broadcasts in 2015, even the night of the election that they rigged and brought in the late dead Buhari, who is now in a grave in Saudi Arabia, I said one thing that night. All of you are running all over the place. I was on Radio Biafra broadcasting, and I said to all of you that Jonathan is going to capitulate. I told you that Jonathan will lose the election by 200,000 votes. I also said to you that as I'm live on the air right now, speaking to you, that Obama is putting pressure on Jonathan to resign. Some of you did not believe me. Some of you did not. But some did. Those who understand the divine nature of our mission, they understood what I was saying. Those who can see in the spirit, those more people who can see, or more people who can see, they knew that what I was saying was. And I said to you that the American ambassador was pressuring Jonathan to concede defeat. And I said to the whole world that Obama wanted a fellow Islamic jihadist, a terrorist, to take over. I said it then. Some of you did not believe me. Some went as far as saying, oh, that is what he says. He said, Nnamdi Kanu, oh, please leave him. That is what he keeps saying all the time. But today, I want to prove to each and every one of you, beyond every conceivable doubt, that I was correct. Everything I tell you is true. There are three kinds of people on this earth. People who accept the truth the way it is. People who are envious because you speak the truth. And people that resent you because it is not them. Those are the three kinds of people you have, especially in black Africa. And I cannot help it. Heaven put words in my mouth in spirit, and I proclaim it, and it comes to pass before sons of men. It is not my own doing. I never for one day thought or felt or said to myself, oh, you're going to do this. Never. So for some of you who may think that I'm doing this, I am not. I am led in the spirit. That is why we have accomplished something that no other group of people has been able to do in the history of our nation. No other group has been able to do it. Nobody can. If you try and you will fail, you cannot do it because you're not called to do it. Why am I saying all of these things? When I told you about Jonathan, you thought I was joking, isn't it? But tonight I'm going to play something for you. Some of you have seen it, but tonight we are going to analyze it. For the whole world to hear and understand that everything I tell you on Radio Biafra is gospel, it is divine, ordained in heaven. There is nothing man can do about it. Ordained in heaven. Nothing. And jealousy and envy is rubbish before us. Because we have the grace and you don't. This IPOB has the grace, you don't. If you are not part of it, you cannot participate in this grace. I say it with every authority under the sun. And I want to prove it to you now. That we are always right. You may not like it. Some of you may go back and become even more envious. Tonight, also cause one you cannot be like us. You can never be. Yes, you cannot. Listen to Jonathan. And I want you to reference the program that I made on the night, should I say on the eve of the election in 2015, before they rigged in the late dead Buhari into power. Understand it very well. People say that we insult, if you are an idiot, I will tell you are a fool to your face. I will tell you that you are an idiot. You are a fool. I will tell you. You are a baby saboteur. I will tell you. You are an aspiring sabo. I will tell you to your face wherever I meet you. I traveled all over the world and I went to the USA and I told them what I felt about them. People were shocked. Ask Ikenawan on any. He took me to a group of indigenous people in California. Ask him what I said. They were in shock and horror. I tell you anything I want to tell you in your face. There is nothing any bagger can do. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Not absolutely nothing. Listen to Jonathan, please. I want you to listen to the former president of the Federal Terrorist Zoological Republic of the zoo that Britain created. Listen to him. And you reference my program on the night of the election. Go and find it. Uche, go and look for it, or form and look for it. Anybody who has access, look for it. I want that eve of election broadcast. Go and bring it. And that same night of election, bring my broadcast. I want it to be replayed for the world to know that Elohim sent us. What I say, mortals cannot, what I see, mortals cannot see it. That is why when you give me advice and I don't take it, please don't take it the wrong way. The time for that your advice hasn't arrived yet. We see things that mortals cannot see. You cannot see it. When I said this thing, Jonathan was in panic. Jonathan could not believe. He could not. He was wondering, how did Nnamdi Kanu know what is happening? I told you what was happening. And now listen to Jonathan, please. That you may know that Chukwu Kika Biama is on our side. that Elohim we worship is with us. Listen.
The level of interference by the Obama's government was very overwhelming.
This is the voice of Jonathan.
It's not as if I couldn't have won the election even with that. But if by my own thinking and also the way some other people look at it, they go outside the normal diplomatic relationship, then it should be mentioned.
Now listen. Jonathan, after these years, I commend Jonathan, to be honest. He's a statesman. Jonathan is a statesman. I commend him. I can't criticize him in any other way. But good Lord, Jonathan is a statesman. I commend him and I have respect for him for that. He waited all these years. Now the zoo is in trouble and he is telling you what happened. The same thing Obama did to Libya. The same thing Obama did to Libya to destroy Libya and plant terrorists is exactly the same thing he did in the zoo by putting in the late dead Buhari. I want you to follow this very carefully. Exactly what I told you that night. When I said that Obama was interfering in the elections, some fools could not understand what I was saying. They said, oh, he's just making it up. Has it not been confirmed from the mouth of an ex-president, from Jonathan's mouth itself? And I want that broadcast found tonight. My broadcast of the eve of the election of 2015 and the one I made on that same night when they were going to polls and voting. You will hear it. I told you that America was putting pressure on Jonathan to concede. I told you they will rig the election, that Jonathan will lose by 200,000 votes. Exactly my prediction came to pass exactly that way it is. Exactly the way it is. Our people don't know anything. Do you know the reason why Obama was helping the Janjaweed North to win? Because they are all Muslims, they are all Islam. Because the Fulanis are not ashamed of saying we are subservient to Saudi Arabia. I want people to understand, to reason, because the Fulanis, they have relatives. Using their religion, they have relatives everywhere. People who can fight for them, people who can stand for them. But you, who can stand for you? Okoko, who can stand for you? Nobody. That is why they're killing you. That is why Mietiala has formed a vigilante group. You cannot reason. You cannot reason. Your brains are not working properly. But here, after listening to us, you must reason. MUST, you must reason. If you like it or not, you must reason. All of you together. Listen to Jonathan, please. Very carefully. Obama was meddling in the elections. Obama, contrary to U.S. laws, Obama was meddling in the election of Nigeria, meddling in broad daylight because he wanted a Muslim to take over. They had their plans all laid out, well cleaned out and well made. And now Jonathan is confessing it. What I told you in 2015, on the night of the election, Jonathan is now confirming in the year 2020, 5 years after that. He's now confirming it. Some of the things that you hear us say on Radio Biafra is true. But out of shame, the same way that the whole world knows that Buhari is dead, out of shame they don't want to concede. Let it not be that Nnamdi Kanu is right. And they have gone as far as trying to get those they can deceive to think, oh, don't talk about it. I said to them, to hell with you, I'll talk about Buhari, dead Buhari, because it's the truth. Any day I see the truth and I run away from it on this very platform, the glory of Elohim will depart from us. We have come to preach the truth. And we are indestructible by man. Only Chukokika Biama can, not man. So you understand it. What I told you in 2015, on the night of the election, Jonathan is confirming in 2025 years after that. We see things that ordinary people cannot see. Please listen. And you will hear, there is a place Jonathan will mention something and you'll be shocked. You will know the reason why Nnamdi Azikiwe was not given the prime ministership of Nigeria. You will understand the reason why Aburi Accord did not stand. A lot of people are wallowing in ignorance. A lot of people are moving about in ignorance. Our job here on this platform is to cleanse your brain, to remove every vestige of black stupidity from your membrane so you can reason properly like a human being. So you can reason very well like a human being. Listen to Jonathan, please. Listen to Jonathan. To President Goodluck Jonathan. In the year...
Even that person
listen.
To Nigeria at the eve of election, after Obama even issued a statement directing Nigerians to vote for the next...
Who sent who? On the eve of the election, they sent John Kerry the U.S. Secretary of State, to go and meet with the late dead Buhari. You people must reason. This is why they say, oh, you're paying $85,000 to consultants. Do you know how much the zoo is paying? Do you know how much Fulani cabal contributed to Obama's re-election that made it possible for Obama to send John Kerry to go to the zoo to go and see an opposition leader? Has that ever happened before? But you don't reason. You claim some of you went to school, you read political science, you cannot reason. If you cannot reason, what are you doing on this earth? Okay, what is your job? If you cannot engage your brain to be able to reason properly. I want you to understand that Chief is with us. Listen, please.
Chapter. That tells you something.
Tells you something.
We should not sweep this under the carpet. If a foreign country, whether African country or even America or any other country, interferes with our own elections, we should mention it.
Now you can understand. Obama interfered with the elections in Nigeria. Even Jonathan now has come to concede that the whole Chibok Gears thing was organized by Obama administration, executed by that midget in Kaduna, El Rufai. Some of you are blind. You are blind. You are blinded by stupidity, by black African stupidity. You cannot reason very well. Chibok Gears planned and well executed to remove Jonathan in power. They wanted Muslims to be in power. They need Islam in the zoo, Nigeria. They want it and they are going to get it. All of you are blind and so foolish. I heard some idiots talking about airport has been reopened. I said you're so daft, it's untrue. Somebody came to your house and stole 1 million naira from you, and then came back and gave you 1 kobo in return, and you're jumping up and down. You're an idiot, a complete idiot. Complete fool you are. That is why I have no time for morons. I cannot stand them. They say, oh, she's very harsh. Why won't I be harsh? If you're a fool, I will tell you are. Somebody stole 1 million naira from you, came back and gave you 1 kobo, and you're throwing a party. He's telling me about Enugu Airport. What useless Enugu Airport is that? Ordinary tarmac. That our engineering corps in the volunteers can build in 1 week. You are jumping up and down. Look at how they deceive you. Chibok girls, organized by Obama and El Rufai, with the late dead Buhari, Abakari and Co, Fulani cabal, deceiving all of you. And you wake up and you talk about our Nigeria. This is our Nigeria. We don't know what is happening. You people are fools. You know nothing. I will insult you because if you're an idiot, I'll tell you you are. Let us listen to Jonathan, please. Let's listen to him. To what President Jonathan has to say. Listen.
How do we get these girls out?
Yes, Chibok girls.
Within a couple of days, we saw people going to the U.S. to bring back our girls' placards.
Yes.
Why?
Mrs. Obama, did you see Mrs. Obama carrying bring back our girls? Did you see her? All planned, all well orchestrated, planned, Fulani Islamic Brotherhood cabal, they planned it. You saw, all of you saw Obama. You bring back our girls, so they all planned it to paint Jonathan black, to destroy Jonathan. That a Fulani Janjaweed will come in and take over our waterways, take over our farmlands under Ruga, tell you that Miyetti, a terrorist group, can form vigilante across the country, and all of you moronic, idiotic zoo animals that Ruga created, all of you are just there looking more sheepishly like a bunch of idiots that you are. You cannot reason. You cannot reason, can you? Let us hear Jonathan, please.
And of course, the Mrs. Obama received one of those placards.
Mrs. Obama.
I cannot take responsibility for the abduction. I don't control Boko Haram. They are criminals. But as the president, of course, you know, it's not the president that go to the field. You have security and intelligence officers that do the work. Let me admit that, yes, maybe they do their best, but their best was not good enough for us to recover the girls. That does not mean that I'm trying to remove myself from any blame. Yes, I may not be blamed for the action, but I could be blamed that my security and intelligence were not strong enough to be able to rescue the girls.
Do you see how a statesman talks? You can criticize Jonathan all you like, but the man is a natural born statesman. He even took responsibility for Chibok girls because it happened under his watch. Compare that with these morons, these scavenging, desert-dwelling, cattle-heading animals. You will see the difference between a Biafran, somebody who by nature is cultured, and a bunch of vandals from the depths of hell. That tells you all you need to know. Obama interfered. Why did Obama interfere? Let us go to Ojukwu and Aburi. So you understand. When I tell you people that the alliance against us, you don't know. Even the complete idiot who may be on Facebook yapping and writing rubbish do not know the amount of enemies Biafra have. He has no clue. Had no idea. Biafra, when is it coming? They have no understanding. The hurdles we need to negotiate and cross before we get to the promised land, they have no idea. They think you wake up in the morning, you write to Trump, you write to EU, Biafra will come. They are insane. I used to say on this platform that Biafra is the last miracle, and I used to say it for a reason. Because of the obstacles and hurdles in front of us, we need to overcome. This is one of them. American president from nowhere is against a head of state because Jonathan is a Biafran. They cannot allow him. No, it's impossible. He cannot stay there. I want you to pay particular attention to what I'm going to play next. And I said this evening, this program may last up to 3 hours. So be prepared. If you don't have data, you go and borrow data from. So go and borrow, you buy on credit. You must listen this evening and learn. After tonight's program, you will know that reasoning is very important in life. And when you go through Jonathan's experience, when you go through the experience of Nnamdi, you go through the experience of Ojukwu, believe you me, you need to go back into your room, turn off the light, and fast and pray for God to give you the capacity and the ability to reason. You pray for 30 days. I'm telling you the truth. If you look at, you don't need anybody to educate you on anything. Look at how they treated Jonathan. Look at how they treated Ojukwu. Look at how they treated Azikiwe. That will tell you all you need to know. That the people you claim you're with, you're not with them. Or those that claim they are with you, they're not with you. That is what informs how we run IPOB and why IPOB is the most successful freedom fighting movement in the whole world. Not despite the fact that no politician in Biafra land is in support of what we are doing, because they are cowards, of course. You know that very well. But yet we are waxing strong all over the world. Have you asked yourself why that was made possible? Any day you understand it, that day you respect IPOB. You respect IPOB. Now let us go to the next one so that the world can hear very, very well what has been happening to us. And after this program tonight, I want you to put one and one together. I don't want you to forget IPOB. I want you to cast your mind back. Ask yourself this question. Why was it that Nnamdi Azikiwe, a frontline militant agitator for independence for Nigeria, the only man who did not inherit the mantle of leadership across the whole of Africa? Ask yourself why. Ask yourself why Aburi did not stand. Ask yourself why they lied against Ojukwu and said Ojukwu declared war and sustained the narrative for nearly 52 years. They sustained it for 5 decades. Blatant lie. Even the journalist in Lagos or Abuja writing or Ibadan writing that lie, he knows it's a lie, but he will write it. Ask yourself why. Now we are going to discuss Aburi. And Ojukwu is here. All of you have seen it, but you did not pay attention. Our job here is to get you to pay attention to the things you ought to pay attention to. That's what we are doing. And I'm going to play that same interview. And I want you to listen very carefully to what our eternal general has to say. Our overall supreme leader for life. What he has to say about Aburi. Let shame befall our enemies. And this evening, you will see, I've shown you the hand of America. At this time, I'm going to show you the hand of Britain. And you'll be wondering, but what did we do to them? Why is it that they want to suppress, to clamp down on Biafra? Any day, as I keep saying, believe you me, any day you go into your bedroom and you think and you discover the reason why they're against us, you can never be a sabo in your life again forever and ever. Never. Listen to Ojukwu and listen very carefully to our leader. the only genuine general you have before he passed on. Listen to him, please. Listen.
But at the end of it, I don't want to go because these things are all, the tapes are available.
His English is Queen's English. Some of you may struggle to understand it. He is learned. He's a learned man. Highly polished, highly educated. Some of you may struggle with the crispness of his accent and his tone. But please do pay attention. He is the Biafran head of state. Pay attention to him, please. He is late, but to us, he will remain our head of state. Listen very carefully.
The records are there.
Records of Aburi.
In fact, only about 2 weeks ago, I saw a set of the records again.
So the Aburi records exist.
The transcripts are available.
They're available.
But we talked about the Nigerian situation. And certainly, at the end, everybody says, oh, you told them this, you did that. The fact was that our case was so clear.
Yes, case for Biafra and at Aburi.
That I actually believe at the end of Aburi that the problem was not Gawan.
Listen.
But probably some ambassadors in Lagos who were...
The problem was not Gawan at the end of Aburi. Our leader knew. He said some ambassadors in Lagos did not want Aburi to stand. So I am telling you today, Britain does not want restructuring. All of those blood-sucking, demonic neo-colonialists, they don't want restructuring. That is why the Fulani Janjaweed can never restructure. I need you to understand this. Ambassadors. These are white people from Europe and elsewhere. They have no business with the governance of black Africa. Absolutely nothing. Now, ask yourself, in 1967, why was it that some white ambassadors in Lagos did not want Aburi to stand? Because Aburi standing meant that the eastern region, which is Biafra, will have an independent economic system. Because before they sent, and I'm going to tell you tonight, it was Britain that planned the coup. I'm telling you the truth. You may be shocked, but it's the truth. The coup of 1966 was planned by the British. The reason being, they wanted to destroy the economy of the East under Dr. Michael Okpara. Michael Okpara had the fastest growing economy in the whole world. In the whole world on this very earth. Dr. Michael Okpara of the Eastern Regional Government had the fastest growing economy. We were manufacturing things. Britain could not stand it. Britain did not want to see it. They planned that very coup to destroy us. One day it will happen. I'm saying it now. It sounds like it's a joke. One day it will reveal itself. And say, oh my goodness. Oh, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was right. Of course, I'm always right. I'm sorry to say this. Some people don't like it. I'm a human being. I'm immortal. I'm nobody. I know that. But I get it wrong. I get it right 99% of the time. Maybe I get it wrong 1%. I want you to listen. I want Efulefus, all the idiots, all the Abuja contractors, all the baby sabo with feeding bottle. I need you to understand that you don't know the amount of enemies you have. You have no clue. You have no idea. This evening, I want to come to you, I want to do a slight revelation, so you will understand the enemies you have, that only Chukwukikabiam Elohim can save us, not man. I need you to understand it tonight. Are you listening? It was ambassadors in Lagos, not Gowon, no. Ambassadors in Lagos that put pressure on Gowon. Abandon Aburi. The same people you're going to say, oh, give us restructuring. You are dreaming. You're wasting your time. Let me listen to my leader, please. Listen very carefully.
Those in Lagos who were pressing for something else.
Yes.
Because we understood each other. We agreed on everything.
Ojubu and Gowon understood each other.
The drafting was, in fact, my chief secretary.
The drafting of Aburi Accord.
With 2 other chief secretaries from the other side.
Yes.
I said, no. And drafted and agreed. We looked at it, we agreed.
Listen.
General Ankara read over the whole...
General Ankara was the then Ghana head of state.
At the end.
asked us if we wanted to amend anything. No.
After the whole agreement was made, General Ankara asked Ojukwu and Gowon, do you want to amend anything? They said no. We understood each other. We know what we want for our country. We want it to move forward. But meanwhile, white ambassadors in Lagos, we are not happy. Ask yourself, why were they not happy? What is it about Aburi that made them uncomfortable? Because restructuring back to the regions will allow people the autonomy to grow their economy. But these criminals, these neo-colonialists in Abuja now, they don't want it. Because if you do it, the ingenuity of a Biafran will come to the fore. The intelligence of an Igbo man will rise up. You can't stop it. So the best way for them to stop it is by bringing darkness. Darkness is full of Janjaweedism. Are you following what I'm saying tonight? Do you know, have you heard this before, that Ojukwu and Gowon had no problem? They agreed, they drank champagne, they shook hands, they did everything, they now came back to Lagos. White ambassadors in Lagos said no. And that is Britain. We don't want it. So that Opera can be growing economy of the East. So that these people can rise up again. These stubborn people can come up again. They said no. Because you know why? They know I have discovered what they know about who we are as a people. That is why they are frightened. That is why no matter how many reports Amnesty will write about the killing of our people, they will stand on it, they will say no. We are at ICC. Have they called our case? The answer is no. They can never call it. Because they know that Biafra is the light of Africa. They know that any day that Biafra stands, that Africa will stand. So what they have done is to go to the source and switch off the light. They just have refused. They took the fuse and they walked away. So everything you are doing, connecting every cable everywhere, until you put in the fuse, it can never work. And what is that fuse that Britain pulled away? It's called freedom. Now you understand it, don't you? Now you understand it. Only if some of our people know what we know. You don't know what I have seen. You don't know how far we have gone. You don't know why we do things the way we do it. You don't know why we say things the way we do it. You are confused. You don't know. If you don't know in USA, you ask questions and you'll be told. Now listen carefully. What I'm telling you tonight, I'm telling you that almost 70% of people don't know this. They don't know it. You don't know the amount of enemies you have. You have no clue. Now listen very carefully to what our leader has to say. Listen, please.
No. At the end of all that, the position was so good.
Very good. Between Biafra and Nigeria. Listen.
Ankara drove Jack the One and myself.
Yes.
To the airport.
Yes.
Jack was sitting on his left, I was sitting on his right. He was in the middle.
Yes.
And in the course of that journey, at a point, General Ankara shook his head and said, "Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
If only we can go on like this, everything would be all right."
Yes. In Ghana. Yes. Ojukwu and Gowon in Ghana.
I was the one. As I do now from time to time, I go for the dramatic. Suddenly I picked up Gowon's hand.
Ojukwu took Gowon's hand.
Put it on Ankara's.
Put it on Ankara's lap, yes.
Brought my other hand, placed it on it.
Yes.
And I said, "General Sir, hold us together, I want to say something."
Yes.
So General Ankara put his hand on top of the two hands. And I said, "General, I want to assure you that I am totally satisfied with everything we said."
Yes. This from my head of state.
I will go further and say to you something I did not say at the conference.
Yes, what was that?
And that is that once we have implemented everything we have said,
yes,
I would ask you for one favor and one favor only.
yes,
And that would be to be the one to propose Jack Gawan as a head of state of Nigeria.
Are you listening? That was my head of state, the late General Dimodumegwu Ojukwu. Has Gowon is alive. Can Gowon, he says he's a prayer warrior. I want Gowon to come out to say that what Ojukwu said in this interview is falsehood. That they're a bunch of lies. Because he knows if he says it, that even the hell that he's going to, the hottest part of it will be reserved for him. Are you listening now? Ojukwu, for all you useless Nigerians, all you animals in the zoo, Ojukwu inside the car being driven by General Ankra's driver. General Ankara was in the middle, Ojukwu was on the right, Gowon was on the left. Ojukwu took Gowon's hand and placed it on the lap of General Ankara, and he said to the general, General, I want you to be the one to propose that Gowon should be the head of state of Nigeria, including Biafra. But all these years, all we've been reading in history books, Ojukwu is a warlord. He went to war. Do you see why God? People don't know why God is punishing the zoo. The same way I'm telling you tonight. You see Britain. God will decimate Britain. God will divide Britain into pieces. Write it down as I'm telling you now. Write it down. So when it happens, you say, Nnamdi Kanu said so. Are you following? Now ask yourself this question. When Ojukwu and Gowon wanted to restructure, as a result of what obtained in 1966 and 67, who stopped the restructuring? It's Britain. Are you following? They are the ones that stopped restructuring. Now I'm asking you, are you telling me now that they are going to agree to restructuring? The answer is of course no. I am Anglophile. If I'm not a Biafran and Igbo man, I probably wish to be an Englishman. As I keep telling you all the time, believe you me, they have conscience. English people, they have conscience, they are good people. But there are some criminals in the mold of Lugard, in the mold of Viscount Harcourt, in the mold of all these wicked criminals that descended on Africa like a biblical plague and brought darkness where once there was light. Now, do you see what is happening in the zoo? Do you now understand Nigeria a lot better? I said tonight, your thinking faculties will be opened up. You can never be the same again. Look at all of them accusing us of Biafra rebellion, Ojukwu rebel. Do you see the extent they have gone to cover the truth? Do you see how evil these people are? Do you see why I insult them? Do you see why I speak the way I do? Because Ojukwu was speaking like an Oxford-trained historian, speaking grammar, being a gentleman. You saw the way they treated him? They insulted him. Insulted my head of state, a man that led men to war to preserve our way of life. If not, they would have killed all of us. And Ojukwu said, on our buri we stand. Our buri meant still one Nigeria, but let us have devolution. Britain said no. Then ask yourself, why did Britain say no? There lies your answer. That is why they will kill us. BBC will never carry it. But the helicopter crash in Lagos, they carried it immediately. I want you to ask yourself, what have we done to Britain to deserve this hatred? Any day you find an answer to that, believe you me, you can never be a sabo in your life again. You can never be. Never. Now pay attention very well. I've given you 3 examples tonight. If you want to understand the mess we are in as Biafran people, including everybody, including Ezon, including Ejo people, including Ishekiri, everybody, I want you to follow this very carefully. Jonathan could have still remained in power, but he took the intervention of an Islamic United States president to remove him from power. These are the things you ought to know.
Ask yourself why. Ask yourself why they did not allow Aburi to stand. Ask yourself why they did not allow Nnamdi Azikiwe to become the head of state. Only then will you find the answers. And after that, as I pray the prayer of repentance tonight, believe you me, you will go and start burning candle and praying for God to remove every trace of sabo in you. Now you understand it, don't you? Now you know that we know what we're talking about. Sometimes when you advise me, some people say, he doesn't take advice. It is not every advice that I will take. Because if you give me advice, I take it. And then I weigh it against what the prevailing circumstance. If it's conducive, I take it. If not, I may defer it to another time. Now you understand, don't you? Let us continue. Why do you think Britain supports Mietiala? Why? Remember that we floated BSS to safeguard our people. Our own people came against us. Our own people, in fear of Fulani. But now, can you see how boldly Mietiala is saying, we are going to float a nationwide. We are going, as I told you a few days ago, they said we are going to work with the police and the army. They are friends in the army and the police. All terrorists, to kill, to pillage, to destroy. Now you are following. Now you understand the mess Nigeria is in. Now you understand why we are the way we are. Today you understand why people come out now and they are confessing that we have opened their eyes. Now you understand, of course, that we are very serious. We are not going back. Not at all. Not today, not tomorrow. Not today, not tomorrow. Somebody published an article called Justification for Resuscitation of the Sovereign State of Biafra in that newspaper. It is my humble suggestion and recommendation that our people go and look for it. They have removed it. I cannot even open it here. It seems to me they have removed it. It seems they have removed it. In that very article, you will hear or see what our brother was saying. Our brother simply said, very simple, that in Nigeria, Nnamdi Azikiwe was the only person to lose out amongst every nationalist leader you had that fought colonialism in Africa. That is what you need to know. These are the things that you need to understand, because our people do not reason. Here, we compel you to reason. Go and read that article, Justification for the Resuscitation of the Sovereign State of Biafra. This is published by Vanguard. Unfortunately, they no longer want us to see it. It has been removed. It can no longer be found. That is the world of the Janjaweed. That is what they do. Once they say the truth, they suppress it. And the reason why some of them, of course, they love us in secret, of course they do. The reason why they come out sometimes to be talking rubbish or paying all these idiots, sometimes they think they can come to, go on said it, if I knew how they loved money and power, I could have just shared money and allowed them to fight themselves. Don't allow yourself to be one of those that Go on was talking about. Ask yourself also this evening, why is it that Vanguard publication of today that I read before coming on air is no longer there? That tells you all you need to know. Because that publication contained the truth. It contained the truth. Absolute truth. I want people to understand the way the mind of a black person is. I need you to understand how the mind of a black person functions. Any day you understand it, you will then know. You will then understand and appreciate. You will come to the full realization that what we have been doing here has been right all along. Now, listen very carefully. Why we are deploying Mietiala vigilante all over Nigeria, Abdullahi Bodejo of Mietiala, These were the same newspapers that were castigating Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB for floating BSS to defend our land. They are the ones today interviewing this man. Nobody has bombed his house or raided his house. He is fine and okay. No northern governor, no Fulani governor is against him. And I want to ask the Igbo governors, have you seen it? When we floated BSS, they said, oh, go and kill him, go and you jail him, bomb him, you proscribed them. You did. But now they are bringing terrorism to your doorstep. Have you proscribed them yet, Yala? I'm asking the useless Igbo governors, have you proscribed them? Now listen carefully. The national president of Mieti Yala, Kautal Hore, Bello Abdullahi Bodejo, has said that castle rustling and incessant attacks by their members led to the formation of this security outfit, Mieti Allah Vigilance Group, which will operate all over the country, not because Fulani has no homeland. So they now need to conquer everybody at the same time, and all of you are just there, sheepishly and hopelessly looking as the morons you are, and they are moving ahead, full steam ahead with their plans. Do you know why they are doing it? Because they know that Buhari is dead. If all of you can be so foolish enough not to realize that Buhari is dead, then they might as well do to you as they please. That's what they are doing, and that's what they have done. Now listen, we launched Mieti Yala on July 27th, and we started with 1,000 personnel who are still undergoing training with Vigilante Group of Nigeria. That's their own name, Vigilante, which means they own the whole of Nigeria. And Moteku is for the West. Any day Elohim decides that something should come from the East, it will be for the East. But their own is not for the North or for the Sahel North. They call North Arewa North. No, it's for the whole of Nigeria with the help of Britain. Now listen, and follow him very gently, please. You know, Fulani people are moving to those areas where there are grasses. Anywhere there is grass, there is Fulani area. That's what he's telling you. Any place where there is grass, they will operate there to see how they can feed their cows. Are you not foolish? All of you in the South, are you not hopeless? Can you see your stupidity in front of your eyes? Can you see how hopeless you are? Those of you from the South, Oduduwa and Biafra, can you use your two naked eyes to observe your stupidity? All the years of subservience to Fulani, has it ever made them to relent? They are coming to conquer you. You see who puts on them, they will even take over his own village. I'm telling you the truth. He doesn't know how they operate. Supreme Court governor. This is how they are. This is how they behave. This is how they operate. The reason why they hate Radio Biafra is because we tell them the truth the way it is, very raw. We don't sugarcoat it. Anywhere there is grass, a Fulani will go there. So everywhere they are, the vigilante is supposed to be there. So if they come to your village all the way from Mali, from Timbuktu, from Mauritania, they come to your village in Okigwe, it is where they are. So any land they are in, they will have vigilante. Have you heard of this? Is the easiest way to conquer people. Very, very easy, direct and straightforward. The easiest way to conquer. And our governors are there drinking kai, drinking ogogoro, just saying, oh, you'll be president in 2023. Please give us your land. Do you see why we speak the way we do? We are the last line of defense between whatever thing we have called freedom today, or relative freedom, and total darkness. Do you see the work that IPOB is doing? Do you now understand it? Do you now have the common sense, the gumption to appreciate the depth and the sacrifice that IPOB is making? Do you now understand it? For everybody, not just Biafrans, for Duduwa, for Middle Belt, for everybody. Even for HAUSA. Do you now understand it? The journalist asked Mieti Yala, there are Yorubas all over the country, but they did not set up a Moteku in every state of the Federation. You know what he said to them? That concerns them. If they are all over the country, they are not operating in the bushes and forests. What he's saying is that they operate in our bushes and in our forests. It belongs to them. They are going to form vigilante. And all of you are there, foolishly and as the idiotic black animals that some of you are, you're just looking. You read, you look, you vote for Big Brother Nigeria, you gossip, you play, you do your sabo, you go to a politician in Onitsha, you collect your 2,500 to buy data for the week. And some of you that have promised you money. I know some people in IPOB that have promised heaven and earth. Of course, it's failure. you know the way we roll. We are unbreakable. IPOB is one family. Indivisible under God. Impossible to divide. Impossible. I challenge any bagger to try. It's a challenge to any idiot to try. Then you see how formidable we are. Fulani everywhere in your bushes. Because anywhere a cattle can feed is Fulani territory. That was why they brought Ruga and it failed. Then they brought a waterways bill. Don't you understand? Don't you reason? Nigger, don't you reason? Nigger, don't you reason? Efulefu, sabo, ntike. Can't you reason for once? You cannot reason because you're a saboteur. You're waiting for Loretta Onochie to bring you the package they promised you. Stupid people. Go and read the interview. While we are deploying Mieti Allah vigilante everywhere, your community will be gone. Community is gone. You are a professional petition writer in Abuja or in Lagos. With your office flat file, with outdated map in your village is gone. Idiots complaining for presidency, your village is gone, your forest is gone. Because before you become president, you must sign that wherever there is Fulani. I warned you before. That is why they are building settlements in our land. So that any day there is any fracas, Britain will say, oh, it's one Nigeria. Wherever you find yourself, you're a Nigerian. And that way you West, you have the emir of Okwa. I'm now telling you, if they said to you that what I said in 2015, that Jonathan will confirm it in 2020, will you believe me? Will you believe me? What I said in 20 has been confirmed in 2020. Go and play that my broadcast, you will see it there. Very clean and clear. The gospel of heaven, that's what I give to you. The gospel from above. Everything I tell you is gospel. You cannot dispute it. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. Indisputable. They come to your village. Mietiala is in your backyard, they're grazing their cattle. They come to you and they give you 4,500 naira. Promise you heaven and earth as they promised to my. All of you suppose that they promised something. There's something they promised Obiano. They promised Buruburu, Ugwani. They promised even Ibaz. They're all president in waiting. Excellency, president in waiting. When Mietiala calls them, yes, Mr. President in waiting. That one, his head will expand. He will give away his village to Mietiala. You see how foolish they are. The same thing with sabotage. Hey, people who are hustling and struggling in life with no hope and no means of livelihood. And you get a call from Loretta Onochie. Are you prepared to be a sabo? That is, government has voted, there is a budget for the government now. Come and be a sabo. You open 1 or 2 or 3 Facebook accounts, you start talking rubbish. But to those that felt they were human beings, they have tried and have failed to divide or to bring IPOB down because we are built on a rock. Talk less of Mombansa, people who stuck in trade is criminality. Go and read it. Mietiala, they have you people by the balls, I'm sorry to say, the proverbial balls, by, so to speak. Somebody wrote something very, very important and I picked and I said I must analyze it. It's not from me. Hopefully his name will be at the bottom of it. He said, don't let Ndio Kachamana, IPOB, Biafra haters and Fulani blooded Igbo Efulefus fool you. They are fooling all of you. All these Efulefus yapping rubbish, they are fooling all of you. As they ask them, what have you done about the Fulani settlement in Lobuku? Ask them, what have you done about the Fulani settlement at Nike? What have you done about the Fulani Mieti Yala settlement in Opa? Ask all the Efulefus. They have no answer. Their job is to distract you. Their job is to take your mind away from holding politicians accountable for the unwarranted, unwanted presence of Mieti Yala terrorists with their cattle in our villages. Some of you cannot reason that through. When they are yapping their rubbish and talking their nonsense, their job is to distract you. as Fulanis are taking over your village. Is that very clear? Now listen. They are deploying Miet Yala vigilante across the whole place because they want to take everywhere over. They want to take over your land. They want to take over your land. Ask yourself, why hasn't your governors come together to float their own defense? Because they are in Fulani pocket. Fulani they see our land as a conquered territory. If not for IPOB. Why do you think the governors are keeping quiet as they're killing us? Because they have told them over the years, control them. They're saying we can't control them. If you like, come and kill them. We will not talk. And that's what they're doing now. Compare that to other governors everywhere around the zoo. And you will see what is happening. You see the way they're speaking up. They're talking about community policing, so they can hand over the whole security architecture of a people over to IG, who is a Fulani man, and they can now come and do basically ravage you. They will ravage you. Nonsense. They're undergoing training. And some of you are keeping quiet. Some of you are allowing idiots to distract you. Some of you are following gossip. Every gossip that comes up, you go and join. You want to comment. You want to participate. I feel sorry for all of you. Because as you're doing that rubbish, let me tell you what happened to people who were as foolish as we are today. Because before they took over Southern Kaduna, they did the same thing. They sent their emissaries and their agents, the quislings amongst them. They came in. They said, oh no, one Nigeria, unity of the country. Unity of the country that's slaughtering you. The unity of the country, unity. Who are the ones doing the killing? Fulani. Who are the ones forming terrorist groups? Fulani. Who are the ones in the army killing Nnamdi innocent people? Fulani. Now, you understand it? Now you understand it. Very soon, pastors in our land will be saying exactly the same thing that some pastors are now saying in Southern Kaduna. Followers are now urging their pastors to buy guns with the tight money they're giving to their pastors. Go and buy guns for us, please. These are Southern Kaduna. These are the people that fought the war. These are the people that believed in one Nigeria. These are the people that they lied to and told that Ojukwu is a very horrible man. But now, do you see the irony of the whole thing? Had Aburi succeeded, Ojukwu was actually negotiating for Southern Kaduna people to save them as well, to save everybody. Do you see the funny part of the whole thing? Now you understand it. Now you understand it. You see the way they work. Over the years, they were trying Southern Kaduna. We are in the army. Nobody should do anything to disrupt the peace. So some of these things now that the Supreme Court Governor of Imo State has been saying, idiots, psychophants. Now do you see it? Now do you understand it? Now can our people begin to appreciate the mess they are in? Look at Southern Kaduna. That is what is going to happen to you. Let me read the news for you. Pastor of Vision Pioneer Trust Ministry in Kafanchan, Apostle Dr. Emmanuel Nuhukure, has said that as a priest, people now come to him asking him to buy arms for them. They are calling on their pastors to take part of the offerings and buy arms for them to defend themselves. That is the level of despair. People are no longer afraid. He asked the federal government of the zoo to arrest the senseless bloodshed. Who is going to arrest it? Is it Buhari, who is in a grave in Saudi Arabia? Who is going to arrest what? Who, where, when, how? I ask you. Where is Buratai? Have you seen him in public? Where is Osibajo? Have you seen him in public? You know, this is the reason why white neo-colonialists can interfere and meddle in your life. Because they know that the majority of you cannot reason very well. Where is Osibajo? Simple question. When was the last time you saw Osibajo live? Anywhere. When was the last time you saw Buratai live anywhere? Confirmable. Well, of course, we know that Buhari doesn't exist. Even the boy these days is scared to come out. The mask wearer can't even come out anymore. Is that very clear to all of you? Can you now all begin to understand that Equa Church, even indigenous of Southern Kaduna indigenous at Equa Good News Church in Kaduna, they are also saying it. There is going to be a revolution. These are people feeling the heat in Southern Kaduna. And you're busy in the South writing rubbish about one Nigeria. How you support one Nigeria. I feel sorry for all of you. Because they are coming. Who is going to stop them? Nobody. To the extent that somebody in the Nigeria north is saying, divide the zoo now, divide Nigeria now, no angel can unite us, according to a northern elder. This is the news carried by Arewa Gazette, which is one of their papers. That amalgamation of 1914 was a grave mistake. The chairman of the dialogue group in Kaduna, Haji Mohammed Mahadi Shehu, has lamented the ethno-religious divisions in the country, stating that breakup of the nation may not be such a bad idea. But does Britain want it? Of course not. They are your creators, they are your makers, they built you, they told you who you are. I came across, I was reading an article a few days ago, they said, in 1960, Nigeria became independent. If you're a fool, you would think that Nigeria was an indigenous country in Africa existing before 1960. They will never tell you that, oh, Nigeria created by Britain in 1914, Britain now handed over to the local idiots in 1960. No. Do you see how they use grammar to deceive you? If you're not sensible enough, you'll be thinking that Nigeria has been existing for a long time before 1960. They will never tell you that it was them that created that Nigeria. So that is why when a black man stands up to say, I am proud of Nigeria, a white man will just laugh at you, but they will not tell it to your face. They will tell you you're a fool. You know nothing. How can you allow me to come to your country to create a nation for you? Are you foolish? Now you understand, don't you? Now you understand. The chairman of the dialogue group is saying that people have not been able to rise above ethnic and religious sentiments, making a united nation very difficult to achieve. But as long as oil is flowing, gas is flowing from Biafra land, they'll keep patching up the zoo. They keep giving more power to the Janjaweed. Because they know that all you need to do to a Biafran, and Igbo man especially, of course, every Biafran, just go there and sprinkle some money. Give them, create some apathies, create some some saboteurs, even some people within IPOB. They see themselves as many, their dream is to become like apathies one day. And if you go and investigate him, you see that the way he made his money was by being subservient to the Janjaweed. So the only thing for you to do is to become subservient to Janjaweed. You become saboteur full time. Sabo. You start from childhood. Sabo. Peddling your gossip here and there, peddling it. If you're lucky, the Return chair will pick it up. Or if you're the heavyweight, maybe they will send an Igbo politician to you, to come and speak to you and see how they can convince you. Oh, these things, the governors are finding it very hard. How can we divide IPOB from within? And you're a fool, you buy into it. Maybe they will change your wardrobe for you, or, you come and try and see what will happen to you. The zoo tried, they failed. The governors tried, they failed. Is it Okoko that will divide IPOB? Who is the idiot? I'm not the fool. They've not been to the idiot to divide IPOB. They've not given birth to you. People can gossip all they like. Gossiping is free. Anybody is free to gossip. If you cannot gossip on Facebook, you go to Twitter. You cannot gossip on Twitter, you go to TikTok. If not for TikTok, you go to Hot Talk. Anywhere you like, you can gossip. Gossip is free. Anybody can gossip their life away. That's your business. That IPOB is one family and indivisible under the sun. And I get all your unchoncho, envy, greed, and jealousy, it doesn't mean anything. I lead IPOB. I appoint and I dismiss. Also, course one thing when they can ask, I don't know what is also course one thing in English. I don't know. Somebody should tell me what also course one thing in English. I don't know what it means. Someone should tell me what it means. Here we educate you for free. For free. The only thing will cost is to download IPOB Community Radio app. That is the only thing that it will cost you. That is all. That is all. Compare the governors you have with the other governors elsewhere. Let us be a bit rational. Let us drill it down to ethnic nationalities. Per se. Where is Governor Autumn from? We are told that it is Fulani, Yoruba, and the Igbo that are the major so-called tribes in the zoo. Is that correct? So Samuel Autumn is not from a major tribe. And if anybody needs to be scared as a governor, Governor Autumn should be very scared, isn't it? But he's not. Do you know that what Governor Autumn has said, no single so-called Igbo governor has been able to say it, with a sort of we care, of course. Now and again, if he is going to be consistent, that remains to be seen. Look at Governor Autumn. Governor Autumn said that any Miyetti Allah they catch in Benue State, they will jail them. Can any Igbo governor say that? But Governor Autumn is on his own, just Benue State. He has no relatives to come to his rescue. But a group of 7, let us say 7 for now, including Delta and Rivers, 7 of them, they are terrified. They are terrified. Only one Governor Autumn, only one man can stand up against Miyetti Allah that 7 men cannot stand up against. That tells you the level of stranglehold they have over our people. They control the exercise over our lives. They are your political leaders. They are your governors. They are your this. What Governor Autumn managed to open his mouth to say, these 7 people cannot say it. Talkers of the whole of 11 of them, they cannot say it. That tells you the extent of the mess you're in. In his response to Miyetti Allah saying they form vigilante everywhere, Governor Autumn, through his chief press secretary, warned the Fulani organization not to come to his state, adding that their motive was to carry out their heinous activities to another level. In other words, a sitting governor is coming out and saying that Miyetti Allah is a terrorist group in the open. Something that no, not one single politician from the East can say it. Not one soul. Something. Is Governor Autumn from a major tribe? Are his people armed? Because when men have soul and conscience, when men can stand on their 2 feet, you don't push them about. Look at your governors. Can they say what? Can they stand up? Instead, they are putting Miyetti Allah in their own government in their states in the East. What does that tell you about them? Respect your governors, respect your political leaders. Yes, respect, but respect is reciprocal. Respect us by coming out to condemn what Miyetti Allah is doing. That is the least you can do. Governor Autumn has done it in Benue State. Why can't you do it? Because they promised all 7 of you presidency. All the 7 of you. And all of you are so foolish. That betrayal that is in our people. The foolish thing about it is that they think, oh, I'm not going to tell the Abia one. Abia will say, oh, I will not tell the guy in Imo that they have promised me the presidency. All I'm going to do is to undermine them. You see them working at cross purposes, fighting themselves, fooling themselves, deceiving themselves. Have you now come to the realization of what we have seen so far? Do you now accept that only IPOB can save you? Do you now see it? Do you now see it? Look at Governor Autumn. He's not from a majority tribe. No, not at all. He has nobody to help him. It's only him, but he's fighting the good fight. Look at your own governors. You want to respect. You want people to respect. Look at all of them, as cowardly as they are. As cowardly as they are. Ordinary Miyetti Allah, people that move cattle from place to place, they are the ones controlling the government houses in the East. And you people are not ashamed of yourselves. You have no shame. It's only to detail your politicians, to see if there is anybody that can buy in IPOB. Please start trouble in IPOB. See if you can start fermenting trouble and convince them and put confusion. Mad people. Mad people everywhere. I hope you're following. These were the same governors that were against BSS. When I formed it, they said, no, we don't want it. But these are the same people now empowering Miyetti Allah to form vigilante outfit nationwide. Somebody wrote and said, I weep for Ndibo because our people no longer reason, our people no longer think clearly and properly. You have elders, you have the governors. When we formed, I can see things many years ahead. The same way that I saw the zoo today, I told you what they were going to do. We saw far, far, far ahead and said, for us to stop them from raping our sisters and kidnapping our mothers, the best thing for us to do is to form a security outfit. We floated BSS. The governors held a meeting. Even before the Fulani Janjaweed, they held a meeting and said, we proscribe IPOB. It was Igbo governors that proscribed IPOB first. That is the truth. Let nobody run away from it. That is why today shame. Why? Because somebody promised them presidency. What does that tell you about them? What does that tell you about them? What does that tell you about them? Everything that you need to know. Everything that you need to know. I have said go and download IPOB community radio. People are no wonder the Fulani is ruling you and messing your lives up. I have told you. Go and download IPOB community radio and stop complaining. Just go and do as you're told and stop complaining. That's the thing about us. When it's time to be sensible, people don't have sense anymore. Please go and make sure you download IPOB community radio. Please make sure it's switched off onto each other. It's stopped. The whole thing you used to do. What is going on? Can you send it here, please? Somebody is trying to send me a very important information. A very important information. Please send it here. A very important. They want to send to me. Send it here, please. Guardian. Excuse me. Let me have a sip of water. I feel sorry for Zoom. I want to report to the world tonight that the Zoo army are busy picking up people and arresting them. They have just driven into Ohafia barracks tonight with nearly 40 youths, young men. Nobody can actually tell where they picked them up from. All blindfolded and loaded them into Hilux trucks and drove them to Ohafia barracks. We are letting the whole world know that as we are live on air right now, report is filtering in Ohafia barracks. They are now going out and picking up people on the road, on the streets, blindfolding them and driving them to their barracks for possible execution. This is the situation we have on the ground. When you have political leaders, when you have cowards as political leaders, this is what happens. They now go out, any young people they see on the streets, they will pack them to their barracks and prepare them for execution. This is happening now in Ohafia barracks. As we speak. And when they shoot them, you will have some people say they cannot treat those with gunshot wounds. As happened in Enugu. I don't know what is wrong with our people. There is something wrong. That was why we prayed for forgiveness and restoration before started this very program this evening. I don't know. There are Igbo doctors in Enugu that refuse to treat gunshot victims. Somebody sat somewhere praying and he was shot. An Igbo doctor said he will not treat him in Enugu. You should go and get police report from a Fulani man. I don't know what they did to us. I don't know if it is the beef we eat. I don't know how they manage. This nonsense they did to us is what they want to bring into IPOB. But it can never work. This rubbish they have done. Look at how they have decimated our minds. We can no longer reason properly. A doctor, an Igbo doctor, knows that his brother was shot for no reason. He refused to treat him in Enugu. I want the name of the hospital. And today, the useless zoo police came out to say, police insists hospitals can treat gunshot, stab victims without report. But that is how cowardly we have become, that a doctor is so afraid of Fulani that even though Fulani is saying to him, you can treat your brother, treat him, no problem, he's saying, no sir, I won't treat him. Remember your laws before you said we shouldn't treat them. How come you have now changed it? Oh please sir, let me obey the former law you made. An Igbo doctor in Enugu. That is the extent of the damage they have done to our psyche as a people, and we are not going to accept it. This evening we are telling Amnesty International, British High Commission, American Ambassador, are you aware that Fulani have gone out on the streets, rounded up people that they don't, any young person they see outside, they have now driven them into Ohafia barracks tonight, inside Ohafia barracks tonight, for possible execution. Whereas Mietiala is free, roaming about with AK-47, doing as they wish, as they please. Are you people aware of it now? Are you aware of it now? You know, Ohafia barracks right now, they have driven them. They know we have intelligence everywhere. Have you seen what they have done? You can see the level of provocation because of the high number of saboteurs and fulefus you have in our midst. Tomorrow night they'll start complaining. IPOB is this, IPOB is that. Are you aware of it now? That this night they have driven people to execute them inside of Ohafia barracks tonight, to kill them tonight, young men, young Igbo boys. And you have a doctor, you have Igbo doctors saying they will not treat their own brothers. Their own brothers, they won't treat them because a full animal said don't treat. That was 3 years ago. Now, even though they have now changed the laws, they have come back to say, oh, please, we won't even treat them. You remember your laws before. You said we shouldn't treat them. Oh, don't worry, we will not treat them. They will die there. These are Igbo doctors. And these are the people we are fighting for. These are the people we are fighting for their freedom. In Ohafia barracks, they are preparing some young people for execution tonight. In Ohafia barracks, they are preparing for the execution of people in Ohafia barracks tonight. I need the name of the commandant of Ohafia barracks, please. I need his name and I need his picture, and I want it everywhere to alert the world as to what they intend to do. Execution is going to be, because BBC won't report it, CNN won't report it, they have all collected money from the zoo. They are all pursuing an Islamic agenda, all of them. Your governors will not do it because they have promised them presidency, all the 7 of them. They will not talk, they will not speak. We are now putting the world on notice that executions are about to take place tonight in Ohafia barracks. Executions are about to take place tonight of unarmed, innocent people that the Fulani Janjaweed army picked up from the streets. They are going to execute them tonight. If your child does not come back, if your child is not coming back anymore, you know your child has been picked up and executed in Ohafia barracks tonight. That is what they are doing there. They are preparing for execution tonight in Ohafia barracks. I need the name of the commandant of Ohafia barracks. I need his name, please, and I need his picture, and I want it everywhere. The man who is going to carry out the executions, I want his name and his picture everywhere, that the world may know. That the world may know. Very, very important that the world may know. Sometimes I don't even know and this people who is even worse. Who is worse? Who is worse? Please, who is worse? Very, very sad indeed. Extremely sad indeed that our people do not understand what is befalling them. Whereas the Fulani, they are threatening to go. I don't know how they got to us. I don't know how they managed to do this thing to us. I keep saying, is it the cattle that we are eating? I don't know how they managed to penetrate us this way, that our brain has been scrambled. We no longer reason very well like a people. We are no longer together like a nation. It is impossible now to hold our people together. That is the rubbish they want to try in IPOB. It's like a onion walker. The idiot will suffer. Look at what I've done to our people. That now Fulani army can come in the evening, raid somewhere, pack young men, and drive them to the barracks and execute them. And you want to contest for presidency? You want to be president? This particular group, this crop of leaders we have is the worst in the history of our people. The very worst in the history of our people. Disgraceful. Disgraceful. There are executions happening tonight in Ohafia barracks. Executions are happening in Ohafia barracks tonight. young men picked up in and around that your state and driven to a half-year to be executed tonight. Driven to a half-year barracks to be executed tonight, where you have no governors. Whereas in Yoruba land, they have spoken, Amoteku won't be under the IG of police. It can never be. These are men who are talking. And I challenge anybody to show me any Eastern politician. I challenge you to show me anybody who has the mettle, who has the guts to stand up and to say, to look at how their own children have been packed into a half-year barracks to be executed tonight. They won't say nothing. Now these are the leaders now you want to respect, people to respect. Are these not the leaders? Are these not the leaders? Our people, they are in one almighty mess. In one almighty mess. Makinde has responded to the presidency. A Yoruba man, people that we used to call cowards before, and said to them, there is no way Amoteku can be under federal government. But look at your governors that want to embrace community policing. Let's go. They had a meeting. The elders had a different view from the governors. The governors went back and re-invited the IG. They are the only set of idiots to invite IG to their meeting. Did Amoteku invite any IG to their meeting? When the Oduduwa were setting up their security, did they invite any Fulani man there? I don't know what is wrong with. I have no idea what is wrong with this generation. I have no idea who corrupted their brain. I have no idea, to be honest. I have no idea. I have no idea. But inside or half a barracks tonight, people are being executed in a half a barracks by Fulani Janjaweed terrorist army. Governor Sheyi Makinde has disagreed with the presidency over its plan to bring Oyo State Security Network, popularly known as Amotekun, under the control of Inspector General of Police. They have said no. Oyo State have said no. Ondo said no. Ekiti said no. These are governors' men in office. Back in Biafra land, it's just women. All they know how to do is to fight their own people. That is all. Who can sell each other better to the Fulani? That's all they do. And these are your so-called leaders. These are your leaders. These are your so-called leaders. And I want to make it very clear to this Brigadier General Solomon Babatunde Kumapai, or whatever the idiot's name is. You will be in very serious trouble should anybody be executed in a half year tonight. Brigadier General Solomon Babatunde Kumapai, you cannot be serving Fulani Janjaweed in Biafra land when in Yoruba land where you come from, there's Amoteku. You cannot. You cannot. Anybody who is executed, you will die for it as well. I'm just telling you what is going to happen to you. So don't think that this generation whereby you kill and you go free, you will not go free. Go and ask your mates, they will tell you. If anything should happen to the people you have taken into or half-year barracks tonight, one of them goes missing, believe you me, you will die. Try and see now. Ask those in any good, they will explain to you better. Mad people everywhere. Idiot. You think we are joking? You think we are joking? Let's kill anybody in that barracks who will come after you. Go and kill them. You will see what will happen to you. Madman, idiot. That is where you are. Is that where Boko Haram is? Were you not meant to be fighting Boko Haram and bandits all over the place? Have you fought any Mietiala person before? It's only on because we have no guns and bullets. That is where you go, you pack people, you take them to half-year barracks to go and execute. And you're a Yoruba man. Okay. We shall see. We shall see. We shall see. Execute them now, you see what will happen to you. Idiots like you. Fools everywhere. Bunch of monkeys in Africa. I don't know who gave you people AK-47. That's the worst mistake a white man made, is to give a baboon. You look at a baboon in the forest and you give him AK-47. What do you think is going to happen? A baboon somewhere. Give him AK-47. Mad people everywhere. ISIS is spreading in Africa. They have taken a city in Mozambique. And all of you are blind. What this Solomon is doing, what this idiot is doing. You're doing a brigadier general where there are civilians. Go and fight a war. Which war have you fought before? Brigadier General, which war have you fought before? Is it a war of arresting unarmed civilians and driving them into your barracks to go and execute them? Is that the war you're fighting? Stupid idiots like you, fool. ISIS is taking over everywhere. You can't, as a soldier, you cannot go and fight ISIS. is to be picking up unarmed people from the streets. That's what you do. Tomorrow our lawyers will be there. Don't give it to our lawyers or refer their matter to court and you see what will happen to you. Idiot. Fools everywhere. A bunch of monkeys from Africa. I have no idea what is wrong with you people. I have no idea what is wrong with you people. You have fools who are calling themselves governors all over the place. All they do is they always justify their sabotage. They always justify the way they behave towards their own people. It is because of the stupidity of this so-called generation of useless leaders. That was why the zoo managed to sustain the narrative that the Ojukwu went to war. If not for IPOB, if not for Radio Biafra. If not for Radio Biafra. If not for Radio Biafra. Stupid people everywhere. They call themselves, we are the leaders, we are the elite, we are in Abuja, we are in Lagos. But all these years, you people were there, they were peddling lies against Ojukwu. All these years, you were there when Obama was meddling in the zoo election to remove Ojukwu. All of you were there. Did you say anything? Did you say anything? Did you say anything? Nonsense. We are going to teach them a lesson in a half year. They will see. That thing they want, they will get it in a half year. They will get it now, and I'm sure they know that very well. BBC will prepare. Prepare. BBC will should go and prepare. Prepare as usual to publish falsehood and nonsense. Prepare as usual. All over the place, grown-up people, grown-up men are rising up to defend their own. It is only in Biafra land that you have political leaders who will sit idly by and watch the decimation and watch the destruction of their own people. It's only them. You will sit idly by and watch the destruction of your own people. Only you. Especially those of them that claim they are Igbo. I don't know what is wrong with them. I have no idea what is wrong with them. Let us try and see if we can get you what a proper governor is saying. Listen.
They were not carrying arms.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't allow them to carry arms.
Mm-hmm.
But the case was made at the end of the day, today they carry arms. I'm sure a Motekun case gradually will be like that. We're going to make the case.
Well, Your Excellency, it appears as though the IGP is indulging. And
This is a Yoruba Akeredolu saying that one day a Motekun will bear arms. We don't even have arms, so there is no security network. Look at how the army is packing our people and executing them in half-year barracks. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? They pack people, they kill them in broad day. This one will happen tonight. They are executing people tonight in half-year barracks. These are the people we used to say, oh, Yorubas are cowards. Can you see what their governors are saying? Makinde have said, this is Akeredolu, I want to play his voice for you. He said, Amotekun will carry arms to defend Yoruba nation. Listen very carefully. Your own is, they promised them presidency and they have abandoned their first duty, which is to defend their own people. A bunch of fools they are. Listen, please.
At least when civil defense started, they were not carrying arms. They didn't allow them to carry arms. But the case was made at the end of the day, today they carry arms. I'm sure a Motekun case gradually will be like that. We're going to make the case.
Well, Your Excellency, it appears as though the IGP is indulging, and now we know that there's a community policing idea there.
Listen.
And I'm wondering, what if in eventuality that the IGP says, well, this is not going to happen, except you collapse Amotekun into community policing, then would you just leave Amotekun to be handicapped, in quote, for the time being? What are you going to do, really?
I've said this. I said it clearly.
Listen.
Let me repeat it. We will not collapse Amotekun to community policing. Amotekun was
a Yoruba governor. You see people that love their people. They say, oh, the Yorubas, they respect their politicians. Why won't you respect a man that speaks this way? Has any of you spoken this way and you do not get respect? Don't Abaribe have respect? Don't Professor Wala have respect? Don't our elder Mbazulika Mechi have respect? If you speak like a grown-up man, somebody with responsibility will respect you. Tell me why Yoruba people will not respect governors like this. if you speak this way. Listen.
That on his own, there is a law creating this Amotekun setup, this security setup. So it's not going to be collapsed. There is no intimidation. We are not people that can be intimidated, and we are not people that the IG will give order to. It's not possible. We will not collapse it. I've said so. There's no need for us to belabor this issue. We will not. But all we say is that if is prepared, we are prepared to discuss with him. Let us discuss on this matter. Amotekun is different, community police is different. Amotekun will collaborate, all of us will collaborate together. The issue now that is left is about carrying arms. I will say we will pursue this and make them understand at the end of the day. If the IG now does not understand, it will leave one day. Well, another IG will come, other people might understand. If he doesn't want to understand, we are not forcing him to understand.
Are you listening? It doesn't matter what the IG of police says. The Yoruba nation, the Duduwa nation have determined that Amotekun is here to stay, unlike the useless Igbo governors that betray their own people. That is why today, because the army has nothing to do, they will go and they will drive civilians into their barracks to go and execute them. And you want us to respect such people as leaders? Is that what you think? You think you're insane. Anybody saying that is absolutely mad, is insane. Look at the way they are behaving. Compare their behavior with how the Yorubas are behaving. And that tells you all you need to know. That will tell you all you need to know. That will tell you all. It doesn't matter where they send their families to. Believe you me, as we are hunting the terrorists, we are also hunting every slave in our land. I'm telling you the truth. And they will get it all of them one after the other. Mad people ever. You want to sell our land that the army can drive out of their barracks. They have no war. There is no war going on. They go and round up some young people. The killing in Enugu is not enough. They now want to do it in secret, half your barracks. Listen, because the Yorubas, they have security network supported by the governors. They're your own governors who betray anybody who tries to form security network. The governors will go and betray the person. They will go and betray. I don't know what type. I don't know this spirit, this evil spirit of betrayal. I don't know where it came from. It wasn't in our people before. I don't know for some reason. I don't know how come. Everybody is a potential betrayer. Somebody you think is a human being today, they wake up the next morning, is a complete idiot talking rubbish. I don't know what is wrong with them. I don't know. Look at your governors. Compare them with the Yoruba governors. Compare them with Samuel Otom of Benue State. Now you know you have no governors. Is it not very clear to all of you? And idiots will come out. We want to run for presidency. Mad people everywhere. They think we are foolish. They think we are useless. They are in for a shock. Let them come out and campaign for their useless president. They can say whatever rubbish they like on the basis of me. Come out on the streets of Biafra and say, I want to be president. You see what will happen to you. It doesn't matter how you gossip. It doesn't matter how many professional petition writers you hire, how many idiots you recruit to be writing garbage for you. Come out and say you are campaigning for presidency. Then we'll ask you questions. We'll hold you there and ask you questions about what happened in Enugu. What did you do? Half you were there, and they have packed our young men to execute tonight. Half mad people everywhere. Mad people. Go and look at them. Or they are bringing water resources bill. Have you not heard about it? Have you not heard about it? They are bringing water resources bill. Have you not heard about it? And they will pass it, giving Fulani the right and access to every waterway. It will belong to them. You can't do nothing. Absolutely nothing. You can't do anything unless you cannot do anything. And this was why they brought our people. And what is paining me, my anger, is that sometimes I keep asking Ifulefus and saboteurs and potential saboteurs, are you not seeing all these things? What type of demon is in you that you cannot see all this danger and threat to your life and to your existence? Why can't you see all these things? Why are you that foolish that you cannot open your eyes and see all these things? What is wrong with all of you? Mad people everywhere. Reject National Water Resources Bill. It's another Ruga. The same autumn is saying it. Can any governor in the East say this? The answer is no. All they're looking for is betray and gain favor from Fulani. Your betrayal is equal to the favors you get from Fulani. You're not ashamed of yourself. Ebonyi is gone. If not for IPOB. The same thing in Enugu. Everywhere we are battling these criminals. Behind the scenes, battling, losing men every blessed day. And today, the Nigerian army is doing the work for Miyetti-Yala, a terrorist group, by arresting young men on the streets to execute them. And tomorrow you'll be talking nonsense, as most of you Efulefus are, and potential Efulefus as well. And then you see what will happen to you. It's only a matter of time. Somebody wrote very, very well. Do you see how the reason why I say the South is foolish? I don't know what is wrong with this. What I mean South is Oduduwa and Biafra put together. The stupidity of the South, I call it. You know they're floating a new NBA, the Northern Nigeria Bar Association, NNBA, because a midget was not invited to speak at NBA, whatever rubbish they call it. NBA, I don't have regard for NBA anyway, a bunch of idiots. They are not. They claim they are lawyers, but they are not lawyers. They are not lawyers. These are people that anyhow it goes. It doesn't matter. These are they are not. I don't see them as lawyers. I don't have regard for them as lawyers. Can never be lawyers, because proper lawyers do not behave the way they do. Proper lawyers do not behave the way they do. They don't behave the way they do. These are lawyers. Because a northern governor was asked not to attend or was disinvited to a program by MBA. These are your so-called one Nigeria lawyers. They went and formed their own Northern Nigeria Bar Association. But all of you so-called lawyers from the South, you were there when Onoren was removed. All of you were there. Did you from Southern Bar Association? Did you even protest? The answer is no. Do you see this? I don't know what it is. This almost collective stupidity of the South. They removed Onoren. Between the removal of Onoren and this invite or this invitation of the midget, El Rufai, which one is greater? Which one is of more importance, legally and otherwise, and morally? Because their chief terrorist, who is a governor, because you disinvited him to an event, they are forming their own MBA. If there's such a thing were to happen now, the first person to float the idea from the South, you will see other people gang up against him and sell him to the Fulani. I keep saying this treachery and the Fulefuism, how does it even get into you people in the first place? If I wanted to be an Efulefu, when they were offering me heaven and earth in detention, I would have taken it. Why don't people ever learn from us? Learn from those of us. Why is this support tendency in the South? I'm asking again. I'm asking the useless, foolish Nigeria Bar Association. When they illegally removed Onoren, why didn't you people form your own separate bar? Do you see the way the North behave, the Fulani behave? Because it's the Fulani that controls the North. North, I mean, is Arewa or North. Do you see the way they behave? How they look out for one another? Tell me why they won't love each other. Why they will not fight for each other. Why they will not respect each other. Tell me why. But your job is to sell. Your job is to sell each other. That is your job. Even what is supposed to cause quarrel and everything is you twist and until it becomes a problem. And then you find excuse to become a traitor. Always, all we are looking for is how can I become a legitimate traitor? Everybody has a grievance. Every idiot, if not the way you woke up in the morning, is what you're wearing, is the way you spoke, the way you stood up, the way you follow Judaism, there must be an excuse for a saboteur. Every saboteur has an excuse to become a saboteur. But they cannot see Miyetti-Yala in their backyard. They cannot see that the young men are being executed in cold blood. Half your barracks tonight, they will never see it. I don't know what is wrong with them. They can see that the North has formed their own MBA, Northern Nigeria Bar Association, because a governor was not invited to an event, whereas a sitting chief justice was removed illegally. They did nothing. What does that tell you about these people? Do you see how they have damaged us from within? These guys, they're like a disease. They've gone into us and they've been eating us from within since after the war. Now we are decaying on the outside and they have come for the kill. And we cannot do anything about it. Absolutely nothing. Onoren was removed. There was no noise. No noise. This is, now let me put it to you this way. Are you telling me now that perchance, Osibajo is sworn in as the president since Buhari is long dead since 2017, and Osibajo will now remove Tanko? What do you think will happen? The aeroplane tunnel. Do you think anybody can remove him? Remove him now, you see what will happen to you. You cannot remove him. Because they are united. They know what they want. They know what. But our own is that wretched, useless idiot from the back will always raise up his hand, ask a foolish question, and then run to the Fulani camp to go and become a full-time saboteur. And some of you actually spend time listening to these idiots and responding to these fools. That is the most painful and difficult aspect of it. Whereas Mieti Allah is in your backyard, killing you, raping your sisters and cutting them up into pieces. That is what has been happening. So some of you don't know that. Very sad indeed. And you have governors. Tomorrow they want to be president. It's from our brother analyzed it very well. Bishop Sedwin analyzed it very, very well. He called them Zuzu. Always their brain is only against their own people. You see them intellectualized and talking rubbish only against their own people. When we formed BSS, they were all talking their usual garbage. Look at Yoruba with Amoteku. Any dissenting voice? Look at the terrorist Mietiala. Look at the Fulani. Any dissenting voice? It's only you people. Notice me. Everybody wants to be noticed. Every idiot wants to be noticed. Every fool, notice me. Notice me. Not because you're fighting your enemies, but because you're fighting your own brother. That is when you have strength and energy. They have formed Northern Nigeria Bar Association because you did not invite their hitman, their main governor, the chief sponsor of terrorism in the north. Onagan was removed, gone. The DSS director was removed, gone. All of you are there, sheepishly looking like the fools. All you do is, APC is doing very well. We must support APC. Be sure that they can give you money from the north. So Frane can sprinkle some cash in front of you. That is how wretched, how hopeless, how useless your lives are. Useless to the core. And you think we can compromise? We can join you in your nonsense? You are talking rubbish. When other governors are busy protecting their land, talking about their people, that they will not allow any nonsense to happen in their land, your own governors are busy calling DSS or Fulani to go and arrest pensioners who are protesting. The Supreme Court governor. These are leaders. These are the people that some stupid elders, this is the idiot that some stupid elders went to say, oh, congratulations, you're here now. Forgetting that he had won the election. People without principle, people without gumption, people without scruples, people without morals, none whatsoever. Anywhere they see the cash, they follow. Anywhere they see envy, they invest in envy. The same way people invest in business, that is how they invest their time and energy into envy, to look for how to do sabo work. Sabo, this is the result of it. Now you have Hope Uzodinma, Supreme Court governor, calling Fulani DSS to come and punish his fathers for asking for their money pensions. This is the type of leadership we have in Biafra. This is the type of, hey, do you see the battles we need to fight? Do you see the obstacles we need to overcome? Do you see why we do what we do and the way we do it? Hope Uzodinma, protesting pensioners in Imo State, accused Hope Uzodinma, the Supreme Court governor, of using DSS to intimidate them. People came asking for their pensions, your father's age mate, and you're calling DSS, Fulani secret police, to come and arrest them. This is our history. This is the life of our people. Sabo everywhere. It is this present breed of leadership we have now. Is the worst of the worst since history began. This is the worst set of leaders we've ever had. The worst set ever. You are calling Fulani DSS to intimidate your own parents, and you're telling me that all is well with us. And all they can say is a Igbo president will transform Nigeria. Let me keep saying it. Let these people keep fooling themselves until the game is now setting a bit, until it will set properly. Let them come out to campaign, and then we'll see what will happen to them. Mad people everywhere. That's all they care about. Who will be governor? Who will be president? That is all that matters to them. Yet Yala can kill us. Our villages can be turned into Fulani Emirates. They don't care. All they care about is political office and to make money for themselves and their children. That's all they care about. Mad people. Come and do presidency. President about mad people everywhere. Mad people everywhere. Nigeria Bar Association fell apart because Northerners said you must invite a Fulani man. You must, because they own the place. Compare the attitude of Fulani lawyers to the attitude of the idiots from the south claiming they are lawyers. Compare the two. If not now that some people came out through Zuko Mona to say we are going to file a case. This killing is too much. We are going to file a case. Prepare another case because executions are going on right now in Ohafia as I speak. Executions are happening right now in Ohafia as I speak. So prepare more papers. Do you think Fulani understand law courts? They understand paper. The only thing they understand is AK-47 and rocket propelled green. That's the only thing they have, the only language they understand. All this rubbish, filing of papers, it doesn't concern them. A Fulani judge went to court. They asked him, this position of IPOB, what are you basing it on? He said he's basing it upon a Punch publication. Punch newspaper published something against IPOB. Because of that, I am basing my ruling on what a newspaper said in Yoruba land. You don't know that? Is the ruling. ADF took the police to court about Operation Python Dance. A Fulani judge in Enugu ruled that the Python Dance was justified because of what Punch newspaper wrote. Some of you don't know that. No, you don't know. But now you know. Now you know. You don't know what you're in for. You don't know how many enemies you're facing. You don't know. Now, the actor died. His name is Chadwick. His picture is everywhere. People are mourning him. Chadwick is dead. And I was asking myself, since 2 days ago, I've been asking myself, I've been praying to God, and that was why I prayed for forgiveness this evening. I was asking God, are you sure you actually, that these are the same great people you once made? Are you sure we are descended from those people? Your own people died. 21 of them were shot dead. You are siding the Fulani that killed your own people. But an actor died. All of you are all mourning him. An actor that did nothing for you, of course, an entertainer. I respect that, and I regret the fact that he's dead. Of course, he died from cancer. Fulani came and shot 21 of your young men. Instead, you're siding Fulani. Oh, dear Lord, have mercy. And let me tell you what is going to befall you. I want to tell you tonight what is going to become your portion. I will tell you tonight what is going to become your portion. If you don't know, if you do not know, now you are going to know. I want everybody to look at the case of Southern Kaduna. Because we have our efulefuism has gotten to the point whereby we don't even see danger anymore. Or if danger is coming, and behind that danger there is gossip, and behind that gossip there is a chance that we can become a traitor, we can become a saboteur. We allow that danger to consume us. Because we are focused on how to gossip. We are focused on how to become a traitor. If you live. Let me tell you about Southern Kaduna. The creation of 4 emirates in Southern Kaduna was a declaration of war that went unnoticed. It's an article. Do you know they have declared 4 emirates in Southern Kaduna? Are you aware of that? Do you see how they roll? Why they say, let's live in unity. Unity of this country. Let's unite together and unite under the mango tree. Unite under Dogoyaro tree. All that rubbish. Meanwhile, as they are talking about unity, as I told you will happen in Biafra land if care is not taken, they have created 4 emirates in Southern Kaduna. Are you aware of that? 4 emirates in Southern Kaduna. That is what's going to happen to our land. But meanwhile, all that preoccupies you is how do I gossip? How do I develop my Osokos Wampi to reach the high level where I can now become a full-time sabo? That's what is happening to us. But meanwhile, in southern Kaduna, as I've warned you, you see how they're creeping, they're coming south slowly. Look at how they decimated HAUSA people and all the other minority tribes over there. And they're creeping and creeping and creeping. They are now in southern Kaduna. Once they finish, they will deal with the baggy in Abuja, and now they move down. And we are taken. And Britain will support them all the way. The Arab world will support them all the way. Islamic communities all over the world will support them all the way. But you, to try and develop the Anglican church that came to your land, they have abandoned you. Roman Catholic church that came to your land, they have abandoned all of you. None of them can speak against what is happening. They can never speak because they are all part of a wider Muslim one world religion alliance. You don't know that? People go to church singing hallelujah every day. You don't know the headquarters of your hallelujah have sold you out to Islam. They've sold you out. You don't know that? Tell me where they are killing Muslims and you don't hear Muslim leaders and imams speak out. It is only in Christianity that Christians are being murdered. You don't hear the Archbishop of Canterbury will not say anything. Pope will not say anything. Instead, he say, I'm praying to Virgin Mary to intercede. All the Episcopal churches in America, they're not saying anything. Nothing. All the New Age Pentecostal churches, nothing. It is only in Christianity that they are killing people and nobody will talk. Now, in southern Kaduna, they are Christians. They are now getting emirates, 4 emirates, with the help of the Muslim world. And people are still suffering because when there's somebody answering Abdullahi Musa will come and make fun of you and Israel and the Hebrew and your Jewishness, and you capitulate. But he has no connection to the Arab world, no connection whatsoever. Only through conquest, religion. His name is Arabic. He's proud of his Arabic heritage, very proud. But he will make you to be ashamed of your own heritage. Are you not a fool? Are you not an idiot? Because of that tendency, I want to stand out. I want to be the troublemaker. You know, if you go to a village meeting sometimes, there are some idiots that want to be noticed. You will see them. Does anybody have a question? They will raise their hand up because they want to be noticed. They want people to notice them that they are there. Not that they have anything important to say or any important question to ask. That tells you all you need to know. All you need to know about our people. And now, Southern Kaduna, they are getting it. They are the ones that fought against Biafra and said, oh, Biafra is this, Ojukwu is that. But now, we have blown open their lies. You can now see the number of enemies that you have, can't you? You can now see it very clearly in broad daylight. Now, today, in Southern Kaduna, they are suffering it. In Southern Kaduna, they are about to get new emirates. And they are gone. That was why our good friend, Dr. Bodaya Mailafia, said that Nigeria is not a normal country. It is not normal. It takes only a fool. I tweeted it yesterday. Only a complete idiot can believe in one. Anybody, once I see you and say, I'm in Nigeria, I believe in Nigeria, I know you are a complete and utter idiot. A complete and utter fool. A complete and utter idiot. You have no brain. I'm going to go very shortly to see what Dr. Mailafia actually had to say. Of course, our FM is live in Kanu now. We are broadcasting in Kanu. We are live and direct in Kanu. That's how we should be. And people are busy talking rubbish. Whereas we are live and direct in Kanu. Now listen very carefully to this. Dr. Badaya Mailafia said, there is something abnormal about Nigeria. Something abnormal. He said, there is something abnormal about our country. Nigeria is a country that hates the truth. And that is not normal at all. That is why, Nnamdi Kanu this, Nnamdi Kanu that, because they hate the truth. Nobody can come out to false anything that I've said. No human being, no bagger can do it. It's the way he insults people. Look at the man, he's telling you that you are living in a country that is abnormal. How can I talk to you normally? You are an abnormal person for accepting an abnormality. The zoo is an abnormality. Nigeria is an abnormal creation by a white man and a white woman. It should not stand. It cannot stand. Not today, not tomorrow. Not ever. That is why the plan is. Imagine if Azikiwe had resisted. We will have the case of Mietiala today. Will our land, Ubuonyema, will it be taken over by Mietiala? Fulani Janjaweed terrorists? Had Zeke, that time they were telling Zeke, this your one Nigeria will consume also. He said no, it won't. Today, has it not consumed us? Have you seen what one man's inordinate ambition has brought to our people? 5 million dead between 66 to 1970. Killings going on till this very day, till this very precise moment. Even this night, executions happening in Ohafia this night. Because one man said, I want to be a Nigerian. Some of you do not think about the consequences of your actions until it's too late. Until it is too late. Very, very sad indeed. I'll continue with what Dr. Obadiah Mayalafia said. He said, these killings going on constitute an existential threat. I don't know why, for the life of me, that people tolerate the killings and think it's okay. People, black people, they see, like in Ohafia tonight, people are being killed right now as I speak in Ohafia barracks. Tomorrow life will continue as normal. And that is why I believe that God is angry with black people. There is something very, very evil about the way black people condone evil. Black people tolerate evil. Something that no matter how you castigate white people, there are some things they will never tolerate. Never tolerate it. Dr. Mayalafia said that it is not normal that people will tolerate this level of killings. And that when we speak and tell people about the reality of what we are facing now, they are more concerned about the sources, more concerned about political correctness. They have absolutely no concern about the holy matters that are being slaughtered. People are dying every day. People are going to be killed in Ohafia tonight. Young Igbo youth will be killed in Ohafia tonight by the commandant. He's not fighting Boko Haram. Not the bandits who are killing people, but all he does, he will drive out with his hillocks, with his AK-47, arrest some young men, drive them to the barracks, execute them and bury them there. That's what they do. And his name is Solomon. He claims he's a Christian. Babatunde, Solomon Babatunde. So he trained to become a soldier only to kill civilians. That is the brain of a black man. That is how evil black people are. You are a trained soldier, but the only thing they train you to do is to kill unarmed, arrest them and execute them. That is your job. And tomorrow Kezi Bazu will buy him more hillocks. I don't know, whoever gave this crop of leadership to our people, it won't be well with that person. It won't be well with them. Dr. Mayalafia is saying, why can't we face the reality that people are being killed? The children, the elderly, women, the youth being killed on a daily basis. That is my focus. Another thing to me is diversionary. That is how a man reasons. Every other thing you're telling Dr. Bada is minor. He is concentrating on the death of the innocent. What concerns you is how do I become saboteur? That is all that comes. That is the evil. And in IPOB is very, very funny. Once you allow evil spirit to enter you, you are finished. There were those before who are making mouth that without them IPOB cannot move forward. It's them that is doing this. Today, people have forgotten who they are. That is the might of IPOB. Once that devil goes inside you and is pushing you, he's pushing you into oblivion. Look at all of them. Some of you know I cannot speak ill of certain individuals. Some of you know that I used to come on air and I will not start my program until I speak to Pastor Mazi. I won't start any program. That was how important he was. I cannot start program without hearing from the barrister himself. Today, barrister is no longer there. Are we not moving forward? Are we not moving forward, I ask? People, that's one thing about evil spirit. When it goes inside you, it blinds you. Especially when they send zoo politicians to be convincing or confusing some of you. I remember this Okalu went to go and see the very honorable barrister. That's what they send a politician to be confusing you, telling you how important you are. Oh, you are very great, you're important. They'll mess you up and you become irrelevant. And this train continues to move. And that is why before I bring our program to a conclusion this evening, I must make it abundantly clear that the essence of these lectures, the essence of our broadcast is to get our people to reason in a particular way, to reason like human beings. I've been staying with white people for decades. I've been staying with white people for very many years. I know the way they reason. I know the way they react. Listen, when a white person is watching somebody, a contestant in a prize, contesting for prize money, sometimes it could be, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? You will see the way that somebody that knows that he will not get one dime from that person will be praying for that person to win the top prize. And I'll be looking at white people like this. They'll be rooting. They'll come to work the next day. They will say, I wanted him to win the $1 million. I wanted him, £1 million. I was praying for him to win. He doesn't even know who the person is. Because their society groomed them to be nice to one another. You cannot see that is why white people, once you're a traitor in a white land, you're executed. The only thing they can execute you for is for treachery. To work against your country. They will kill you for it. You can rape children and go free. You can commit murder and you will go free. Once it is high treason, you are going down for. Once you sell the secret of your country to another person, you're jailed for life. You can never see the outside again. But black people leave themselves open. Let me warn tonight. If you leave yourself open, the devil will end, because what we are doing is a spiritual battle. So we are the children of light, and darkness is trying to penetrate all the time. If you are not fortified, if you're not prayerful, if you're not watchful, if you're not conscious, darkness will enter into you. That is when you begin to talk rubbish on Facebook, you begin to open fake accounts, begin to talk nonsense, because you've allowed darkness to penetrate and enter into you. And it will make you become irrelevant. And the movement continues. The movement continues. As I have said before, and I'll keep saying it. I lead IPOB. People do what I ask them to do. If you cannot do what I ask you to do, you get out of IPOB. You do what I ask you to do. If only you get out, you will open a fake account, you will talk rubbish for 5 or 6 weeks, and you will be forgotten. Do you know that when I was in prison, was IPOB not moving ahead? But I was in prison. IPOB was opening new families all over the world. Was it not moving ahead? I myself can't even stop IPOB. I can't. And nobody can. Because it was ordained from heaven that we must come at this time. We are going to face it. I told you 2 weeks will be very, very critical. Did I not say it? Have you not seen what has been happening? Culminating in them picking up some young men and executing them tonight in Ohafia Barracks. But in the end, we are going to prevail. And those of us who will be there at the end will sit down and have a discussion about this. And say, do you remember so and so time? What happened? How many traitors we have to deal with? Because victory is ours. And Chukwu Kikabiam will take all the glory, praise, adoration, and honor. I thank you all very much for listening this very evening. And as I've said before, those of you who are in the habit, please, of disobeying your coordinators, desist from doing so. But if they ask you to do something horrible, then you know where and who to complain to. Very, very important. But if you are in this movement and you are not buying into the full ideology that we are propagating, then you shouldn't be part of us. You cannot be. If you are in this movement and you don't believe that the whole of Biafra land is one, you don't believe we have one common heritage, one common ancestry, one common identity, then IPOB is not for you. I don't care who you are. You get out and we proceed. Not that anybody is going to stop us. We are marching on anyway. But that's the way it's going to be. But we must do everything we do with love, compassion, care, and understanding. Very, very critical we do that as well. But in the main, Chukwu Kikabiama is supreme. And after that comes IPOB and everything else. I thank you very much for listening this very evening. And as always to us, Biafra is the sum of all that we are. That is why here on radio, Biafra is where we worship. And Chukwu Kikabiama Purumi Henina, the creator of the heavens and the earth,
is our God. I thank you very much, all of you, for listening this very evening, morning, afternoon, or night, depending on where you are. But from me, from here, good evening.
Get it online on your mobile. This is IPOB Community Radio, Radio Biafra, the first and the last.
It's M. Josh on the beat.
It's time to break loose from the chains. It's time for our freedom, Africa. Cause we can never let them negotiate our freedom, no. Hundreds of years is gone. No Messiah came for the black man. Told us that Jesus died for us, but the black man still they suffer. The truth be said, Africa will rise at the right time, and the time we're waiting for is right now. No one can hold the truth for a long time. Oh no. So stay awake. The sun is risen from the east, and the Messiah you're waiting is right here, and no one is gonna try to stop that. I can hear a great call for justice. Freedom, let the sun rise. Freedom for Biafra. Freedom, free Nnamdi Kanu. Oh, song of salvation. Freedom, let Africa rise. Freedom for Biafra. Freedom, free Nnamdi Kanu. Self-determination is celebrated. Black man seeking for self-determination is a separatist and a terrorist. Yeah. When they jail a black freedom fighter, they jailing African freedom. Don't I have rights to my self-determination? Is that a crime? Oh no. Don't I have rights to live? Don't I have rights to express myself? Don't I have rights to speak? Can't I complain if I'm marginalized? There's genocide in the land that nobody even cared about. Even when I try to speak, my voice is muted every time. I'm like a slave in my land, I can't take it anymore. I hope the world is listening to my plight. I can hear a great call for justice. Freedom, let the sun rise. Freedom for Biafra. Freedom, free Nnamdi Kanu. Oh, the song of salvation. Freedom, let Africa rise. I'm the more that love me. Them are trying to prove to me I don't know where I'm coming from. But Japan's then cause I know my roots. I know fit to lose the love for them. I'm unstoppable, my people stoppable. We keep on moving forward. We keep on grinding. Yeah. Freedom for my people. Freedom for my nation. Free Mazi and Kanu. Freedom for my people. We have gone a long way. No going back. We are too big to fall. No. Nothing fit to stop us. My people demand freedom. Should be a crime to ask for your right. I will take it, let me know. We know they do the same thing, we know they go the same way. We don't carry this language from battle. Free me, make I do my thing. Freedom for my people. Freedom for my nation. Free Mazi and Kanu. Freedom for my people. No. Yeah. We don't pay for the struggle. Yeah. So many people don't go there for the struggle. It's hard time to get our right. All we have for our freedom, we can never stop. Biafra is a spirit. Let me swing away the flags. Freedom for my people. Freedom for my nation. Free Mazi and Kanu. Freedom for my people.
My people, listen. I am that I am. I will bless whoever blessed you, and I will curse whoever cursed you. War against the kingdom of darkness that stands against God's people of Biafra. The more you try to stop us in this united movement, the more we unite with more great people, and more real brave people keep multiplying up. Revolutionary blast the Babylonians, for the Biafrans came from Israelite. Tell us how this Ababa came from. Destroy the invention. Make sure you destroy every being that stands as obstruction. Damn the demon incarnate hiding under the umbrella of American and British world power. The blasphemous. Babylonian surprised how we survived the strike of 1967. Bomb bullet the project. It's hardcore Biafran striving for heaven with psychological object. You can't stop the revolutionary strive to meet your life from generation to generation just to fly. But we bring you down with the Biafran necktie. Testify, bonify, 45 Biafran rose with the tools to blow. We've beyond perspective point, consuming so many history books. As the years took for us to trace the truth to the roots, they used to roost the home of the brave. Cause we were blinded with white man lies they imposed on our region. We were civilized with the Jewish religion before the white man disease came to Black Gold Kingdom. With their demons, they chain our freedom. We took fortitude for all the pains we passed through. The era of slavery to date bondage. General Dumegu Dike Ojukwu, greatest in charge of all time, retired but never get tired of the struggle he took. Prophet Nnamdi is anointed with the struggle. More nothing to lose. Let the era of IPO be burned till they're all gone to see them no more. Back in the days when I I was blind like you, struggling for better days hope. Used to hide from cops to smoke in the cemetery, with my infantry friend dying in conspiracy insurgency. Now time is necessary to pray with my brethren in the territory, for the nation of Biafra must be restored. For our enemies don't deserve the love, for so many scores execute raw. The only language Ishmael lineage understood is shedding of blood. Soon the angels saw we descend on Babylonia, and the arena of bastard saboteurs trying to be heroes, but they're going down zeros. IPOB came with unused skills, broke the code on the globe like virus on control. You don't even know who spoke and poke out your indigenous people already say no to ethanol and tobacco. White men blood, our soul have reconciled with our God for the Biafran exodus. For IPOB don't go for illegal money when their brothers' eye closed, like those hanging out late night like ghosts with useless hope, waiting for brown envelope to kiss your brother's souls. Like when the Biafran fighting Cold War, white Britain shipping Biafran black gold. Or Juanes and Dig, but mine is dynamic, you will never know who love you the most. And that's why many made wrong choice when presenting them roles. We are untouchable, unstoppable, unseparable folks. We must cross to our promised land of blessing and riches. You can die, rest in pieces, you snitches. Saved by the indigenous witches, for we got the key. Time has come that the land soil will reject you all and your dead bodies. We believe on nobody but Tetragrammaton. For this is the end of Islamic Zoological Republic of Nigeria. It's become the throne of demons since the amalgamation. All the families have soldier up on the Papa Green land, on Black Boot and Touche. Don't use skill soldier up ever ready to go. For they've wake up dead people from sleep of no return till we get it done. Like a revenge of America of September 11, when God of Israel had a departed soul petition from heaven. So shall he digest it through the hardcore Biafran squad.
The way they treat us like a stranger in a fatherland. In a good day, calling on the global world. The way they treat us like a stranger in a fatherland. In a good day, calling on the global world. Make way for Biafra.
We suffer multicultural slavery, full ownership to the new world. Britain came in, the game changed, more horrible. Introducing Biafra to ethanol, alcohol, damaged by the system, and tobacco, nicotine causing cancer. Biafra nation was established by Lord Afra, 8500 BC. And Britain came in, destroy our ecosystem king. Lord Lugard for kill our fathers to amalgamate us with Nigeria contraction to be Muslim since 1914. 1929, killing of about women riot. For so long they have been killing Biafrans till date. Britain brought them as states to deceive. All they done for us don't to trace our origin back. They don't give a fuck about our hurt, rather value Biafran world. Don't bomb babies, we're beheaded, lynched in the street, set ablaze in their homes. Children taken from school and executed with maternity. And guess we're taken from their schools to leprosy. And other people with other diseases keep raping them. Beheaded pregnant women were chipped to death, and their unborn babies taken out of their stomach and killed as well. Men and children of all ages were thrown into the well of less bread, steady screaming, crying for help, but the rest of the world act deaf. The Britain and Nigerian government fill up dead to 40 food with heavy stones. Some were forced to eat feces and drink urine with no hope. They bombed civilians in the hospitals, market, churches, and at their homes. Biafra homeland became a rain of skulls and bones. The ever worst war crime in the whole world after the Jewish Holocaust. Still the blood wasn't enough for the police warmongers. British sent troops with warplane mortars, grenades, executing innocent blood of Ayakorome in brutal council. Currently 4 weeks Buhari integrated. He used helicopter and napalm bomb Akwa Ibom coast, using AK-47 war guns, shooting Calabar people in the night. All Nigerian armed forces execute IPOB in Aba, in Oiwacha, in Onisha, main bridge in Ukbo. Abakaliki, Dorman land never be exceptional. Terrorize and execute many communities in Enugu. 30th May Memorial Day of Fallen Heroes, turn bloody. They broke into the churches with no respect to God. Start arresting, executing people, raping Biafran women, using Boko Haram trained by Saudi Arabia among their 84 terrorist group, and America did nothing at all. So many unforgiven sin till thy kingdom come. We will never forget this till thy kingdom come. For the properties the seized, giving us 20 pounds after warfare. For the welfare of our world, they ripped in pieces, sending us to open new market in the forest with 20 pounds. Now you call it Alaba International Market. An updated Britain who were past and present against Biafra succeeded. Now fought and gotten India succeed from European Union. American state who support freedom of speech rolling on the lips to black people. Biafran came looking for freedom. We realized American pretend kingdom are ruled by incarnates of demons. No surprise, American give the logic to those behind the scopic who make the mechanic blood execution of skulls of 1967 unique people. I know many won't understand it, like magic from aquatic. Take and listen to one of my speech brethren, or make it so very stop corporate news lying to you and your children. Do you ever thought how Islam came into existence? Do you ever thought how Islam came into the place you are living? Do your memory ever connect to how your grandfather's religion was raised? They execute many black skulls before imposing Islam into African region. Out of fear, many souls were submissive to Islam religion. So many souls Muslim rule. Got people real fool about it, referring your system Islam religion. It's ever lied told before that Islam is a peaceful religion. This is a paradox they used to cripple Turkey and to see Africa as a land of monkey to mockery. My papa told me Biafran story, so shall I tell my own bonkies about the worry. Watching Biafra documentary issue, reminiscing tears as the years too ever gone. It's over if you don't believe worship a tetragrammaton. You don't deserve to sleep with Biafra Kakadonis for the Biafran till we're gone. Look how you treating my people, it's too bad. Why you really acting like you too late? Look how you treating my people, it's too bad. Why you really acting like you too late? Look how you treating my people, it's too bad. Why you really acting like you too late? Look how you treating my people, it's too bad. Why you really acting like you too late?
The way they treat us like a stranger in a fatherland. Hey, no good day. Only on the global world. The way they treat us like a stranger in a fatherland. Hey, no good day. Calling on the global world. Make way for Biafra.
I know I can't speak like you all, but you all understand me well. For the black people hemisphere, you talk in the red, and you sleep comfortable on bed. Soon the reward of death will visit you all from hell. For the petition of people you sent to the grave, half answered by God of the braves. Caught you all of a worry bird memory of imperialism, slaverism, colonialism, religion, terrorism. Ever since the end of Biafran defense war, agreement was made, no victor, no vanquish. Promises was made for Nigerian to build infrastructure and rehabilitation for Biafrans. But when Biafran came for pledge redemption, Nigerian government gone. This picture is never wrong. They don't want us to live on. They thought all the hard cores are dead gone, but they get it wrong. Nnamdi Kanu overthrown the white and black man dragon with 50 million resurrected hardcore Biafrans with machine guns. Testify ready to die even they keep the bullet fly. For we are born, raised in the bomb era, condemned by the Catholic Church. We understood the mystery behind such, but to rather unite IPOB meant much for our souls sold not for gold. For so long constantly searching for knowledge from a distance. Instantly wisdom was there before civilization came into existence. You can reason up the circumstance why Biafran from ages always stand famed for resistance. Through our system of transistence persistence. Even though most of us locked up in the cage like Roman Empire did to us before technology came to mankind knowledge. The Roman Empire under Illuminati one goal, stole God religion and painted it illusional. Made people wallowing in the bloody satanic ocean of fire. So much unwaste damages to date. Nobody give a fuck about protecting my race. So I hold on with AK on the revolution face to bring down the disgrace. For we gone to school to be nobody's slave. They want us to keep living in the dark life. Look around, poor healthcare, no warfare, always warfare against us and hemisphere. What unfair, people get disappeared, and the mouthpiece of the sea are living in fear. The rest acting deaf ear on our bloody tears. And politicians dress us each time they execute our blood with euphemism speech. They have sunk our organic hemisphere with the human blood and destroy our aquatic species with chemicals entitled with aftermath of getting cancer. And our chieftains and elders are blind, telling us to listen to the saga. Conspiracy going on and laid by the inventories. They infiltrate for us to go for war instantly, with none of the children serving in infantry. Religious war is the reason primarily. African territory has become cemetery for terrorism. We are Muslims executing innocent Christians and Jewish mercilessly. And American power did nothing to Saudi Arabia of sponsoring and supporting 84 terrorist group in the era of 21st century. Only sanction in Russia for Western power to get easy access to all and beyond former USSR geographical territory under their control watch. But we bring the truth out to our people who are still blind of the search, like during the expository essay of the Holocaust of the Jewish. And if you stand in my way of getting freedom through, my tools will blast you so hard it will get next bastard, beautify next to use tiny screw. And I salute on my loyal black boot to my Biafran revolution crew, standing with my symbolic flag. We Biafran build America now. People who doesn't know how the basic foundation of United States of America. They migrated from different parts of universal base, enjoying our labor and our sweat faces. And origin people who pure Americans still suffering today. Only option left for us is death. But I promise my Biafran pillars to deliver no shiver till they stop calling us niggas. Look how you treating my people is too bad. Why you really acting like you too late? Look how you treating my people is too bad. Why you really acting like you too late? Look how you treating my people is too bad. Why you really acting like you too late? Look how you treating my people is too bad. Why you really acting like you too late?
The way they treat us like a stranger in a fatherland. Hey, no good day. Calling on the global world. The way they treat us like a stranger in a fatherland. Hey, no good day. Calling on the global world. Make way for Biafra.
Biafra struggle can never be unrewarded struggle. Remember, after rain, there comes sunshine. I remember for every dark night, there is a bright day after that. So it's afternoon now, but I say good morning to my Biafrans. The sun has risen and shining where there is no light, and that's the symbolic meaning of the sun appearance in the Biafran flag. Do remember danger is real, but fear is the choice. But don't be victim of kingdom that will never last your freedom. We receive Western education just to know the basics. No mortal can change the past, and no mortal can make the future. You are just an instrument to be used by the universal king. Remember, just like you have the power to manufacture and control minimum and maximum seconds under your wristwatch. There is someone above your origin, creates and has dominion over you and your strange functional and sectional object you made. So life never comes by chance, it goes to you, a taste. So remain resolute, because when comes confusion, reality becomes illusion. Letter to my Biafrans. The best African revolution ever strategized is the Biafran, one of the world top first-class revolution ever exemplified in the history of mankind, ever known to extend the man. Politics and corruption on the hip-hop industry silent my speech, but Biafra brought back my voice to strike and project on the psychological object. So why trying to blame us? So many lies was told to our brothers and sisters that were sold out to slavery. But I'm here to delegate the truth at the time. We did not land on the white man Plymouth land, but the white man landed on black people Plymouth land. So what I'm saying is, we on our own when the white man disease came into our existence, ruined so many souls of the black people. But Biafrans are here one more time to restore the real nomenclature of the real mechanism or framework of the true worship of Yahweh, Chukwokika Abiyama. On this revolution project with no mind to accept evolution anymore. This is not voluntary, but it's mandatory only if you realize who you are and what you are as a human being. I think no need to tell the rest of the world that we are blessed with the best. So I have sacrificed my life, Biafra or dead. Biafra! One! Fuck all yo! It's time to go home, brothers and sisters. Biafra, Kakadoni, signing out.
Hashtag, we are one family. Indivisible. Under Chukwokika Abiyama, we are the people of the East. Hashtag, we are one family. Indivisible. Under Chukwokika Abiyama, we are the people of the East.
The type of Biafra I want is the Biafra of my ancestors, the land of the free, where people are allowed to pursue their daily endeavors without interference from any higher authority, where individual and collective autonomy of every component, ethnic, nationality within Biafra will be guaranteed, not just by law, but by virtue of our existence as dignified human beings. A Biafra that will be demilitarized, a Biafra that will be forward-looking, innovative, creative, run on clean, green energy, not reliant on gas or petrol. A Biafra where the police will not bear any arms. A Biafra where people can live and die and you will not see an armed soldier anywhere around you. A genuine republic, a land belonging to the people. We are going to cement this in the way we structure our society. A Biafra that will attract inward investment. A Biafra that will consider every necessity of life as being a human right. Not just in words, but in deed. A Biafra where there will be no strife, no rancor. A Biafra where all men and women will be equal, regardless of their religion, their sex, their creed, their orientation. A Biafra that will maintain open borders to every black soul on the face of this very earth. I do admit that geographically, in terms of landmass, we may not be that huge. The Biafra will operate, or should I say, run an open door policy. Every black person on the face of this earth will be an honorary citizen of Biafra, as long as you're not tainted by terrorism. That is the type of Biafra we want to run. A Biafra where Europeans will sit back and say, we never knew that such innovation and creativity will be possible. A Biafra that, should I say, the likes of Rwanda is a forerunner to, because today they are doing very well as well. That is the type of nation we are going to build. A truly democratic nation, not through the force of arms, but through dialogue and negotiations at all times. Nobody's going to lord it over anybody else. My ancestors never did. That is why we remain the only people not to conquer any other piece of territory, and nobody conquered us until the white man came and our temple fell in 1904. That is the land we're going to go back to. A Biafra of very many nations. A Biafra of autonomous nations within, governing themselves according to their own rules, where nobody will sit at the helm of power and dictate for others what to do. And we are going to accomplish it by the grace of God Almighty in heaven. Now, I know that constant references are being made to Southern Sudan. But I want to let people understand that even after the USA became free from British colonial rule, they also went through a very bitter civil war. And that did not stop them today from becoming preeminent in every sphere of human endeavor, militarily, economically, socially, in every way. So I do believe that is why I said, and I have said this repeatedly, I will never ever lead Biafra politically. Once Biafra is restored, my job is done. I want to be able to prove to our people what sacrifice means, so that those who will come after us will know how to treat our people with respect and with dignity. The thing about Africa is somebody gets into power and they want to stay there forever and ever, see if there is something in it. The little work that I'm doing for Biafran people is very tiring, very, very stressful. Sometimes I don't even know how these presidents manage to sleep. Maybe they don't love their people that much. If you love your people, you cannot sleep at night. Any president in Africa who's not suffering from high blood pressure, you are not sick. That means you're doing something wrong. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. If you're concerned about your people, then I expect you to be very ill at all times. So that is the type of Biafra that we need. That's the type of Biafra we're going to have. A type of Biafra where the wealth, well-being of Sub-Saharan Africa flows from. And I can assure you we are going to deliver it. We will deliver it. The Pan-Africanism that we talk about is going to start from Biafra, because mind you, I did not say that we're just going to have Biafra and then we shut up all the borders. No. What we want to do is to return to our organic political cultural arrangement Should Biafrans wake up the next day to say, we want to be the same country with Oduduwa, all well and good. Should Biafrans wake up and say, we want to expand into Amazonia, all well and good. As long as you take the consent of the people with you, this nonsense that the Europeans did in Africa, we want to reverse it. That God Almighty Heaven may look down and be very proud to say that at last, I have people who are after my heart, and that's what we intend to do with Biafra. Thank you very much.
Hashtag, we are one family, indivisible. Under Chupu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East. Hashtag, we are one family, indivisible. Under Chupu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East.
The type of Biafra I want is the Biafra of my ancestors, the land of the free, where people are allowed to pursue their daily endeavors without interference from any higher authority, where individual and collective autonomy of every component, ethnic, nationality within Biafra will be guaranteed, not just by law, but by virtue of our existence as dignified human beings. A Biafra that will be demilitarized, a Biafra that will be forward-looking, innovative, creative, run on clean, green energy, not reliant on gas or petrol. A Biafra where the police will not bear any arms. A Biafra where people can live and die and you will not see an armed soldier anywhere around you. A genuine republic, a land belonging to the people. We are going to cement this in the way we structure our society. A Biafra that will attract inward investments. A Biafra that will consider every necessity of life as being a human right. Not just in words, but in deed. A Biafra where there will be no strife, no rancor. A Biafra where all men and women will be equal, regardless of their religion, their sex, their creed, their orientation. A Biafra that will maintain open borders to every black soul on the face of this very earth. I do admit that geographically, in terms of landmass, we may not be that huge. The Biafra will operate, or should I say, run an open door policy. Every black person on the face of this earth will be an honorary citizen of Biafra, as long as you're not tainted by terrorism. That is the type of Biafra we want to run. A Biafra where Europeans will sit back and say, we never knew that such innovation and creativity will be possible. A Biafra that, should I say, the likes of Rwanda is a forerunner to, because today they are doing very well as well. That is the type of nation we are going to build. A truly democratic nation, not through the force of arms, but through dialogue and negotiations at all times. Nobody's going to lord it over anybody else. My ancestors never did. That is why we remain the only people not to conquer any other piece of territory, and nobody conquered us until the white man came and our temple fell in 1904. That is the land we're going to go back to. A Biafra of very many nations. A Biafra of autonomous nations within, governing themselves according to their own rules, where nobody will sit at the helm of power and dictate for others what to do. And we are going to accomplish it by the grace of God Almighty in heaven. Now, I know that constant references are being made to Southern Sudan. But I want to let people understand that even after the USA became free from British colonial rule, they also went through a very bitter civil war. And that did not stop them today from becoming preeminent in every sphere of human endeavor. militarily, economically, socially, in every way. So I do believe that is why I said, and I've said this repeatedly, I will never ever lead Biafra politically. Once Biafra is restored, my job is done. I want to be able to prove to our people what sacrifice means, so that those who will come after us will know how to treat our people with respect and with dignity. The thing about Africa is somebody gets into power and they want to stay there forever and ever, see if there is something in it. The little work that I'm doing for Biafran people is very tiring, very, very stressful. Sometimes I don't even know how these presidents manage to sleep. Maybe they don't love their people that much. If you love your people, you cannot sleep at night. Any president in Africa who's not suffering from high blood pressure, you are not sick. That means you're doing something wrong. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. If you're concerned about your people, then I expect you to be very ill at all times. So that is the type of Biafra that we need. That's the type of Biafra we're going to have. A type of Biafra where the wealth, well-being of Sub-Saharan Africa flows from. And I can assure you we are going to deliver it. We will deliver it. The Pan-Africanism that we talk about is going to start from Biafra, because mind you, I did not say that we're just going to have Biafra and then we shut up all the borders. No. What we want to do is to return to our organic political cultural arrangement. Should Biafrans wake up the next day to say, oh, we want to be the same country with Oduduwa, all well and good. Should Biafrans wake up and say, oh, we want to expand into Ambazonia, all well and good. As long as you take the consent of the people with you, this nonsense that the Europeans did in Africa, we want to reverse it. That God Almighty Heaven may look down and be very proud to say that at last, I have people who are after my heart, and that's what we intend to do with Biafra. Thank you very much.
Hashtag, we are one family, indivisible. Under Chupu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East. Hashtag, we are one family, indivisible. Under Chupu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East. Biafra, worldwide phone call campaign alert continues. BBC, a propaganda machine and racist media set up by the Great Britain to oppress the oppressed people of Biafra. BBC, your media war propaganda of 1967 that led to the genocide of over 3.5 million Biafrans, men, women, and children, did not stop us. Do you know why? Because we are the sons and daughters of the great lion from the tribe of Biafra. Our minds are made up. Your shenanigans, antics, and fake gutter media will not stop us either. We must and shall restore Biafra. Biafra worldwide phone call campaign alert continue. Now pay close attention. Be polite when you call BBC and use the following prompt when you call. Hello, my name is. You tell them your name. I am calling to ask about BBC policy of propaganda against the victims of genocide. Since you are obsessed with telling lies about Biafrans, here are 5 more questions to consider. Now, this is the question to ask BBC. We are witnesses to BBC racist coverage of terrorism, implying that black Africans' lives don't matter. Yet the same BBC rallies the whole world at the slightest terrorist incident in the United Kingdom. Here is the second question. But when it comes to Nigeria, BBC not only hides terrorist killings, but they slander the victims and survivors of terrorism and genocide. The third one. When will the grand patrons of lies and hypocrisy, the BBC Fake News Network, make a documentary about the daily slaughtering of Nigerians by Fulani terrorists and the government of Nigeria, whom you protect so that London may plunder Biafran's resources? The fourth question. Is the oil and gas of Biafra the reason that BBC is obsessed and terrified by the agitation for freedom by the victims of 400 years of British colonial thievery and crimes against humanity? And the fifth one, we call on the good people of the world to ask BBC and UK government why it aids and abates the genocide in Nigeria by spreading lies, propaganda, and disinformation against Biafran freedom fighters. BBC, we know that you are United Kingdom government agents of imperialism with no modicum of shame. Take down your wicked fake documentary against the victims of genocide and stop your sadistic meddling in the lives of black Africans. Now pay close attention. This is the time to call BBC. You can call them 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Biafran time. Date 4th of July to 30th of September 2022. Now grab your pen and paper and pay close attention. You can call BBC switchboard on this number +44 2087 438,000. I repeat, +44 208 743 8000, or you can tweet at BBC News. You can also call BBC Customer Service +44 3700 100 222. I repeat, +44 3700 100 222. Or you can also tweet at BBC Press. I have not finished. You can also call BBC Studios Limited +44 208 433 2000. I repeat, +44 208 433 2000. You can also email BBC News Channels at bbc.co.uk. BBC, we shall vanquish. BBC, do you know why? Because we are Biafrans.
ISIS will enter the zoo and Chad unless, and this is from an Islamic newspaper. As I told you before, anything you hear on Radio Biafra is correct. I told you on this platform that they will come for you. You see, let me tell you one thing that people don't know because you don't know history. I forgive some of you because in your schools in the zoo they don't teach you anything. I want some people to actually go and sit down and study the history of Islam. Islam is the only religion that has never stopped growing. Islam is the only religion that has never stopped expanding through militancy and war. Others have stopped, only Islam. Christianity is based on convincing people, telling them about the message of hope and restoration of Yahweh Yeshua. Of course, immensely corrupted, that we know for sure.
But Islam believes in expanding through war, and that war is coming. Now, I must be put on record, and which I can play it all the time for our people to also understand and listen very carefully. And I will say it tonight. And if you come to me in the future, I'll refer you to the broadcast of the 8th of June 2015. And that I made this very comment I'm about to make now at precisely 10 minutes to 8 p.m. in the evening. If ISIS comes down into the zoo, of course they are part of Boko Haram anyway, if they fall, not if they, because they have forged an alliance already, if they launch any attack with the name of ISIS on the zoo soil, if you come to us to give us weapons, I will decline it. I will allow them to kill all of you before we mount any counteroffensive. Let me tell you one thing that you don't understand. Some of you claim you went to school but you didn't go to school. Because if you went to school, you will understand how Islam works. Islam is coming for you. They must come for you. It's a M-U-S-T, must. There is nothing anybody can do about it. Only you can defend yourselves. This headline here is a confirmation if you need one. I think Abubakar said it yesterday. Today is being confirmed that ISIS is coming. Not just Boko Haram, but the real bad people that are coming. They need access to the oil, and they will get it to secure their financial base for their continued expansion within the whole of sub-Saharan Africa. The zoo is seen as pivotal, and Biafra land is where the resources that they're looking for is lying in. They don't trust Buhari anymore. Buhari was their godfather, they no longer trust him. I mean Boko Haram in this instance. Buhari, they thought, would give them Sharia immediately. Buhari saying, I don't belong to anybody. From that day, they intensified their bombing. Some of you cannot reason, you cannot see very well because you're blind. But at least you're lucky. You're listening to Radio Biafra. Very, very lucky indeed. I'm telling you the truth. Or else, I can't in your blindness. It is that darkness we've come to shed light on, that you can see properly. If they enter the zoo, I will not command this army. And I need guns and I have the men. I need guns and I need bullets. That's all we need. And then we win. I have been sounding this warning. I've been telling you, you think we are joking. They are coming. Your mothers will be raped. Your sisters will be married off as slaves. I'm telling you that now. Right as I speak, write it down. Biafra land will be decimated unless we equip this army to defend us. If we don't equip our army to defend us, in other words, if we don't march this year, it will be very, very difficult for us to recover. Forget all this nonsense. All these so-called pro-Biafra groups you're saying, HAUSA brought them out to confuse you. HAUSA brought them out. That is why they cannot say what we are saying or do what we are capable of doing. These are HAUSA groups, and you are not listening. You are not listening, because the devil has gone into all these idols that you worship. The devil has gone inside you to harden your heart, to blind your eyes that you can no longer see. That day I will tell you to remember the broadcast of the 8th of June 2015. I will tell you to go back to it. I need guns and I need weapons. If I don't have guns and bullets, the army of Biafra cannot defend your towns and villages. The sooner you get that into your thick skull, the better for everybody. You are black people, you don't reason, I know that for sure. But the sooner you take this very message seriously, the better for everybody. Or else you're finished. ISIS is coming. They will enter the zoo and Chad very, very shortly. Not as Boko Haram, they are coming in as their franchise and as their name dictates. ISIS is coming. If you like, you make haste while the sun is shining, or if you like, you can continue to be dumb and stupid. That is entirely up to you. I won't be there, but you'll be dead anyway. And Radio Biafra will not report it, and nobody will. If you like, you give us guns. If you like, you don't. We are trying to save you, not you saving us. We continue.
Hashtag, we are one family. Indivisible. Under Chukwu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East. Chukwu Okike Abiyama. We are the people of the East.
The type of Biafra I want is the Biafra of my ancestors, the land of the free, where people are allowed to pursue their daily endeavors without interference from any higher authority, where individual and collective autonomy of every component, ethnic, nationality within Biafra will be guaranteed, not just by law, but by virtue of our existence as dignified human beings. A Biafra that will be demilitarized, a Biafra that will be forward-looking, innovative, creative, run on clean, green energy, not reliant on gas or petrol. A Biafra where the police will not bear any arms. A Biafra where people can live and die and you will not see an armed soldier anywhere around you. A genuine republic, a land belonging to the people. We are going to cement this in the way we structure our society. A Biafra that will attract inward investment. A Biafra that will consider every necessity of life as being a human right. Not just in words, but in deed. A Biafra where there will be no strife nor rancor. A Biafra where all men and women will be equal, regardless of their religion, their sex, their creed, their orientation. A Biafra that will maintain open borders to every black soul on the face of this very earth. I do admit that geographically, in terms of landmass, we may not be that huge. The Biafra will operate, or should I say, run an open door policy. Every black person on the face of this earth will be an honorary citizen of Biafra, as long as you're not tainted by terrorism. That is the type of Biafra we want to run. A Biafra where Europeans will sit back and say, we never knew that such innovation and creativity will be possible. A Biafra that, should I say, the likes of Rwanda is a forerunner to, because today they are doing very well as well. That is the type of nation we are going to build. A truly democratic nation, not through the force of arms, but through dialogue and negotiations at all times. Nobody's going to lord it over anybody else. My ancestors never did. That is why we remain the only people not to conquer any other piece of territory, and nobody conquered us until the white man came and our temple fell in 1904. That is the land we're going to go back to. A Biafra of very many nations. A Biafra of autonomous nations within, governing themselves according to their own rules, where nobody will sit at the helm of power and dictate for others what to do. And we are going to accomplish it by the grace of God Almighty in heaven. Now, I know that constant references are being made to Southern Sudan. But I want to let people understand that even after the USA became free from British colonial rule, they also went through a very bitter civil war. And that did not stop them today from becoming preeminent in every sphere of human endeavor, militarily, economically, socially, in every way. So I do believe that is why I said, and I have said this repeatedly, I will never ever lead Biafra politically. Once Biafra is restored, my job is done. I want to be able to prove to our people what sacrifice means, so that those who will come after us will know how to treat our people with respect and with dignity. The thing about Africa is somebody gets into power and they want to stay there forever and ever, see if there is something in it. The little work that I'm doing for Biafran people is very tiring, very, very stressful. Sometimes I don't even know how these presidents manage to sleep. Maybe they don't love their people that much. If you love your people, you cannot sleep at night. Any president in Africa who's not suffering from high blood pressure, you are not sick. That means you're doing something wrong. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. If you're concerned about your people, then I expect you to be very ill at all times. So that is the type of Biafra that we need. That's the type of Biafra we're going to have. A type of Biafra where the wealth, well-being of Sub-Saharan Africa flows from. And I can assure you we are going to deliver it. We will deliver it. The Pan-Africanism that we talk about is going to start from Biafra, because mind you, I did not say that we're just going to have Biafra and then we shut up all the borders. No. What we want to do is to return to our organic political cultural arrangement. Should Biafrans wake up the next day to say, oh, we want to be the same country with Oduduwa, all well and good. Should Biafrans wake up and say, oh, we want to expand into Amazonia, all well and good. As long as you take the consent of the people with you, this nonsense that the Europeans did in Africa, we want to reverse it. That God Almighty heaven may look down and be very proud to say that at last, I have people who are after my heart, and that's what we intend to do with Biafra. Thank you very much.
Hashtag, we are one family, indivisible. Under Chukwu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East. Hashtag, we are one family, indivisible. Under Chukwu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East.
The type of Biafra I want is the Biafra of my ancestors, the land of the free, where people are allowed to pursue their daily endeavors without interference from any higher authority, where individual and collective autonomy of every component, ethnic, nationality within Biafra will be guaranteed, not just by law, but by virtue of our existence as dignified human beings. A Biafra that will be demilitarized, a Biafra that will be forward-looking, innovative, creative, run on clean, green energy, not reliant on gas or petrol. A Biafra where the police will not bear any arms. A Biafra where people can live and die and you will not see an armed soldier anywhere around you. A genuine republic, a land belonging to the people. We are going to cement this in the way we structure our society. A Biafra that will attract inward investments. A Biafra that will consider every necessity of life as being a human right. Not just in words, but in deed. A Biafra where there will be no strife nor rancor. A Biafra where all men and women will be equal, regardless of their religion, their sex, their creed, their orientation. A Biafra that will maintain open borders to every black soul on the face of this very earth. I do admit that geographically, in terms of landmass, we may not be that huge. The Biafra will operate, or should I say, run an open door policy. Every black person on the face of this earth will be an honorary citizen of Biafra, as long as you're not tainted by terrorism. That is the type of Biafra we want to run. A Biafra where Europeans will sit back and say, we never knew that such innovation and creativity will be possible. A Biafra that, should I say, the likes of Rwanda is a forerunner to, because today they are doing very well as well. That is the type of nation we are going to build. A truly democratic nation, not through the force of arms, but through dialogue and negotiations at all times. Nobody's going to lord it over anybody else. My ancestors never did. That is why we remain the only people not to conquer any other piece of territory, and nobody conquered us until the white man came and our temple fell in 1904. That is the land we're going to go back to. A Biafra of very many nations. A Biafra of autonomous nations within, governing themselves according to their own rules, where nobody will sit at the helm of power and dictate for others what to do. And we are going to accomplish it. by the grace of God Almighty in heaven. Now, I know that constant references are being made to Southern Sudan. But I want to let people understand that even after the USA became free from British colonial rule, they also went through a very bitter civil war. And that did not stop them today from becoming preeminent in every sphere of human endeavor, militarily, economically, socially, in every way. So I do believe that is why I said, and I have said this repeatedly, I will never ever lead Biafra politically. Once Biafra is restored, my job is done. I want to be able to prove to our people what sacrifice means, so that those who will come after us will know how to treat our people with respect and with dignity. The thing about Africa is somebody gets into power and they want to stay there forever and ever, see if there is something in it. The little work that I'm doing for Biafran people is very tiring, very, very stressful. Sometimes I don't even know how these presidents manage to sleep. Maybe they don't love their people that much. If you love your people, you cannot sleep at night. Any president in Africa who's not suffering from high blood pressure, you are not sick. That means you're doing something wrong. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. If you're concerned about your people, then I expect you to be very ill at all times. So that is the type of Biafra that we need. That's the type of Biafra we're going to have. A type of Biafra where the wealth, well-being of Sub-Saharan Africa flows from. And I can assure you we are going to deliver it. We will deliver it. The Pan-Africanism that we talk about is going to start from Biafra, because mind you, I did not say that we're just going to have Biafra and then we shut up all the borders. No. What we want to do is to return to our organic political cultural arrangement. Should Biafrans wake up the next day to say, oh, we want to be the same country with Oduduwa, all well and good. Should Biafrans wake up and say, oh, we want to expand into Amazonia, all well and good. As long as you take the consent of the people with you, this nonsense that the Europeans did in Africa, we want to reverse it. That God Almighty heaven may look down and be very proud to say that at last, I have people who are after my heart. And that's what we intend to do with Biafra. Thank you very much.
Hashtag, we are one family, indivisible. Under Chukwu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East. Hashtag, we are one family, indivisible. Under Chukwu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East.
The United Nations has asked Nigerian government to immediately release Nnamdi Kanu unconditionally and pay him adequate compensations for the arbitrary violation of his fundamental human rights. So it's also recommended that government officials responsible for the torture meted out on the IPOB leader be investigated and punished. How do you see the federal government responding to this?
It's difficult to predict how exactly they are going to respond. But of course, the government will try its best to defend itself, but it has to defend itself within the ambit of United Nations conventions. This whole problem emanated from the forceful arrests and relocation of Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya to Nigeria. There are internationally guaranteed rights that the UN working group that indicted the UN working group on the detention, arbitrary detention, has indicted Nigeria and Kenya of. Ideally, if you want to put someone on trial, a fugitive who ran away from your country, if you want to put him on trial and he's in another country, he has to go through an extradition trial. In this case, there was no extradition trial, in place. Nnamdi Kanu didn't go through any form of extradition trial, yet he was forcefully brought to Nigeria, and Nigeria now is facing trial before a federal high court. As far as the working group of the UN Human Rights Council is concerned, this was a gross violation of Nnamdi Kanu's rights. As far as they are concerned, Nigeria and Kenya stand indicted for the manner they brought Nnamdi Kanu to the country. It violates international convention, violates international law to forcefully drag a man out of another country and bring him to his country to face trial in the manner in which Nnamdi Kanu was brought to Nigeria by force. So, for this reason, Nigeria stands indicted. My own position is both Kenya and Nigeria are signatories to this convention. So, they are morally obligated to comply, because if you are not signatories to the convention, then the content of the convention is not binding on you. But if you made up your mind that, look, this is good for me and my people, and you sign up to it, it is then incumbent on you to comply. The UN Human Rights Council itself is a product of the United Nations resolution. So it then means that as a country affiliated to the United Nations, we have to comply with these resolutions. And from the tone of this 16-page report, it is clear that they mean business, because the working group is asking Nigeria to get back to it within 6 months of receiving this indictment, showing it how it is complying, showing the UN agency how it is, the UN working group, how it is complying with the directive handed over. It's also asking that Nigerian officials who are involved in the illegal arrest of Kanu without him being subjected to an extradition trial should be punished. And they are interested in knowing every step of the way what we are doing to comply with his resolution. So, and it is saying that it will not stop at that, that it would take further actions against Nigeria. Now, we don't know what actions could be taken against Nigeria. We don't know yet. There are all kinds of options open to them, but as I said earlier, if you are a signatory to a UN convention, a UN charter, then you are obligated, at least morally and sensibly, to comply with the content of that that UN convention or UN charter. This is where this has left us. As for when the working group on arbitrary detention, so under the UN Human Rights Council, sent a query to Nigerian authorities and the Kenyan authorities. The Kenyans refused to answer, but the Nigerian officials answered. But the UN working group on arbitrary detention was not convinced by the explanations offered by the Nigerian authorities, especially on the whether Kanu has committed treason and so deserved the treatment that he got. They were not convinced at all. And It's not difficult to understand why they were not convinced. As far as they are concerned, based on international law, based on international convention, once you want somebody extradited to face trial in your country, you got to let that person go through an extradition trial. The courts of the land would then determine whether to release him or not. How would Nigerians feel if the Americans just stormed Abuja and grabbed Abba Kyari, the highly decorated police officer who was accused of working hand in hand with some of the most notorious advanced fee fraudsters in the world? One of those advanced fee fraudsters is a man from Nigeria who was said to have met Abba Kyari in Dubai. The Americans have their indictment in place, but they have not stormed our country to say they are going to forcibly abduct Abba Kyari and take him to the U.S. To face trial. I know the Americans have done that in the past, and when they did that, they were roundly condemned. I can't, as a person, condemn America for abducting Manuel Noriega, the former president of Panama, and some of the other world leaders that they had taken prisoner, and then say that my country did the right thing in the way it handled the Kanu matter. Whatever is right, whatever is wrong is wrong. If the UN convention is that a person should undergo extradition trial when the request is made for that person, then that should be the law. That should be the way people are taken out of another country to face trial in the country where they are deemed to have infringed on the laws of the land. So we didn't do that in the case of Kanu. We took him by force. We subjected him to inhumane conditions and brought him to Nigeria, where he's now facing trial. What we did was against international laws. No matter what anyone feels, it was against international law, and that is why this indictment has come. And Nigeria must not take steps that will cause it to be treated as a pariah nation, that will cause some of our partners that we cherish to begin to see us as a lawless nation, as a nation that does not respect the UN charters and the UN conventions.
Good evening, wonderful people, great Biafrans, wherever you are on the face of this very planet. Once again, we welcome you to another exciting, explosive, expository edition of our now thrice weekly presentation live here on Radio Biafra, on each and every of our platforms, radiating this very gospel of truth to the ends of this very earth. I say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you, especially those of you who are listening from Seychelles, because today I can announce to the whole world that we have another family in the Seychelles. If you have joined us this very evening, you should be able to listen to us via my Facebook page, a persecuted and a suppressed page
The same thing they have now taken to my Twitter account and every other social media platform that we're on. We are transmitting live and direct on our newest app, IPOB Community Radio. I want everybody to download IPOB Community Radio on their listening device, because this very broadcast is live on that very platform. We are on Radio Biafra, which happens to be on satellite. We are on FM in Biafra land, and a whole host of other mediums as well, through which you can listen to us as we embark upon this very ceaseless propagation of the gospel of truth and that of redemption. My name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra all over this very planet Earth. I am the director of Radio Biafra and Biafra Television. And by that singular virtue and the special grace of the Most High Elohim, of course, a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra, I welcome each and every one of you. Your pen and paper is very, very important. If you want to learn, if you wish to study, if you wish to be tutored, if you have the desire to be enlightened, here is where you must belong. I want to make it abundantly clear to all of our enemies that we are unstoppable. It doesn't matter what you do. The more you try to suppress us, the more many people would want to participate and partake in what we are doing. This evening will not be an exception. I welcome each and every one of you. And we are going to pray. This prayer is what I pray every blessed day of my life. I have been praying it now for nearly 4 years. Every blessed day I pray this very prayer. And this evening we are going to pray it for the grace and the mercy of the Most High to be upon us. Those of us that have been chosen to do this very work, this very divine and importantly glorious work to restore the kingdom of heaven upon the face of this very earth. Sometimes they wonder where we get our brevity from. Sometimes they wonder, of course, where we get our conviction from. Sometimes they wonder where we get our inspiration from. Today, as always, even our detractors, are going to testify that Elohim, the Most High, Chukwukika is with us. Please, you will bow down your heads wherever you are, that we may pray. Before I came on air, somebody said that some people ignorantly and foolishly say to themselves, they are not of the Hebraic family, they are not Jewish, but they kneel down, they bow down to call upon the same God of Israel. Ignorance is indeed a disease, and this evening we pray for Chukwukika Biama to give us common sense, to give us discerning spirit, to give us the ability to discern and to reason, to give us that very rare gift to understand, absorb, and cherish the truth. Our Father who art in heaven, the Most High, Chukwukika Biama Prumihenina. Your children are gathered all over this very planet in more than 160 countries and territories to partake and to participate in this gospel of renewal that you have placed in their hearts, that they may know the truth and that truth will set them free. We have no other God apart from thee. We do not worship nor bow down before any idol made by man or any flesh, because those that will worship you will do so in truth and in spirit. The eyes of man cannot see you, because you are the beginning and the end. You existed before time commenced. That is why you are the Lord of hosts of all the heavens and the earth. And that is not like thee. We do not compare thee with anything that you have made, because you are an awesome and mighty God, and we give you every praise and every adoration. Hurry up, O Heavenly Father, our Lord and our God, to deliver us. Make haste to help us your children, because you are our maker. Let all of them be put to shame and confounded that come after your children. Those that sought to spill blood in Enugu and elsewhere in Biafra land, the Janjaweed, the Fulani horde, let them be chased backwards and be put to confusion, all of them that wish to destroy IPOB. Let them be turned back to the Sahel from whence they came. Let their reward be their shame. All of them who laugh at your children. Let all those of us who seek thee, who are glad and who rejoice in your mercy in our lives, all of us in IPOB, this noble family, every Biafran family on this very earth, those of us that love thy salvation, for always we are going to say, hallowed be thy name, hallowed be thy name, hallowed be thy name, for you are magnified, O Heavenly Father. We are poor and very needy. You will make haste to come and deliver your children because you are omnipresent. You are our help and our deliverer. You are our Lord, our God, Elohim Adonai, El Shaddai. Please do not delay. Come and deliver your children and set us in the land that you promised our ancestors, because we have returned to thee. And to thee alone, Biafra shall know only thee, you, the God of Abraham and of Isaac and of Jacob, that the world may know that we are blessed, that in Africa did you ordain that light shall come upon the whole of this very earth through your children, Biafra. This we pray in your holy name and no other, now and forevermore. He say, we have called upon heaven. As the sons of men that we are, we must proceed to preach this very gospel that heaven itself ordained must be preached on this very day, the second day of September in the year of Most High Elohim 2020. The time now is approximately 14 minutes past the top of the hour. 14 past 7 p.m. in the blessed land of Biafra, a land that is blessed, the only land on this very earth where in less than 40 miles there is abundance of coal, abundance of natural gas, abundance of crude oil. The only place on this very earth, because we are blessed, extremely blessed. And Iguacha is working this evening. Our relay station in Iguacha is working. They should tune in and also be able to participate as well. We are going to preach this very gospel as Chukwukika Abiyama intended. This evening we are going to start with a very distressing, a very debilitating and a very worrying news. Because the Fulani Janjaweed, with their jihadist tendencies, are hell-bent on executing, eliminating, and exterminating Biafrans wherever they can find them. Therefore, this evening, if you have a relative in the Zoo army, in the Nigerian army, if you have any Biafran of any ethnic coloration or clan in the Zoo army, more so if they are Igbo and they are combatant soldiers and they are related to you, from this very minute, you better start looking for them, be they male or female, because the report we are getting about their condition is not very good. Our intelligence on the ground in the various barracks in the northern part of the Zoological Republic that Britain created has confirmed that they are redeploying all Biafrans in the Zoo army and taking them to Borno to face certain death. They are now assembling Biafran soldiers from all the formations that they have in the zoo, including 82 Division in Enugu and also the military barracks in Ebonyi State. They are rounding up our people and transferring them to the north, where we got intel this very evening before I came on air. People in my Malari barracks in Maiduguri are reporting that Igbo soldiers in the Nigerian army are being headed like a bunch of cattle into Black Maria and driven away. Where they are taking them to, nobody knows. What I'm telling you tonight is happening at Brigadier Mai Malari barracks in Maiduguri. It is the huge army cantonment there. They are killing our people as I'm addressing you this night. It is happening in the north. If you have a relative, if you have anybody serving in the zoo army, please, I beg of you, look for them now, not tomorrow morning, because tomorrow may be too late. Today, this afternoon, at 82 Division in Enugu, the commanding officer of that 82 Division rounded up all Biafran-born soldiers serving under his command and ordered them to be marched out into the parade ground and to be sat on the floor, all of them. They sat them on the floor. Last week they were disarmed following the killing of unarmed Biafran youths in Emene. After killing our people, most of our Biafran brothers who are serving at 82 Division complained about what happened. They disarmed all of them, put some of them in the guard room. Today, they have rounded them up, brought them out this afternoon, sat them on the ground inside 82 Division in Enugu. We counted nearly 30 chartered vehicles. These are Hummer buses. They were seen inside the barracks with our brothers sitting on the floor in readiness to be transferred to Maiduguri. They are taking them to Maiduguri, where they will be ambushed by their fellow Fulani terrorists, because mind you, every military formation in Biafra land, is headed by people who are not Biafrans. So their intention is to kill, including the Solomon Babatunde, Hafia, that rounded up our people on Sunday and wanted to execute them until we came on air and told the world what was happening. On Monday, they hastily drove them to State CID Onomwahia and handed them over to the police. If not, they would have executed all of them. This evening, we are placing the whole world on alert. If you have a relative who serves in any of the infantry divisions of the zoo, in the military police, be rest assured, if you don't recall them to come back to you between now and the weekend, they are dead people. Because as I speak to you, they are being rounded up and executed in the north. Where they are taking them to is where Boko Haram will make a mincemeat of them. That is what is happening. If you have anybody serving in 82 Division in Enugu, you better start mourning now. You better map out where you are going to bury that person if you are lucky to get their dead bodies back. Because what is happening in Enugu is atrocious. Made worse by the infusion of Fulani Janjaweed blood in our DNA. That is the worst thing that's ever happened to our people. We are living in a very dangerous time. The crop of leadership we have now is the worst we have ever encountered in living memory. In fact, some will go as far as saying that those you have now in so-called positions of leadership are the very worst that our land can ever produce. We are in difficulties, and very sadly, those of them you call your leaders are colluding